But at Alpine Bank, two are all we need. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Off and rolling. Here on a Friday, December 26th, the day after Christmas. Merry Christmas, I will still say. I think for maybe a day or two after, maybe a few days after, depending on who you are, you still say Merry Christmas. Is that how you roll, Mr. Phillip Lindsay?
Woo! You know what? Why not? Why not? The New Year's is not here yet, so it's not Happy New Year's. So, yeah, Merry Christmas. It's the day after Christmas, the day, after Santa Claus brings our kids their toys. Why not, Zach? I'm still in the joyful mood.
Me too. I saw one of my neighbors taking down the Christmas stuff. I'm like, dang, man.
You know what? I was going to be that neighbor.
What were you?
Yeah.
Like, you put it up there 3 weeks in advance, and the second the clock strikes midnight, you're out there taking it down. Like, now there's a line.
That's motivation right there.
That could be, I guess.
I mean, you look at it, it's like, you know what? We went probably over a month of Christmas. I don't have any more money. Santa Claus took all the money.
Yep.
Let me go ahead and get rid of all the things that remind me of what just happened to me. All the things that were just taken away from me in my wallet.
Yeah, I could see my wife today. I see her looking around. I'm like, you're thinking about taking down Christmas. She's like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I am. Like, I'm ready. I'm like, hold on a second. At least through the weekend. But did you have a good holiday?
Man, Zach, we had a great Christmas. It was a great Christmas for those two little kids, and then Sophia. I was impressed. I thought she was going to be a little bit more didn't care. She's only 1.5, 17 months.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
18 months. And for her, I mean, she was opening presents. Now, she didn't understand necessarily the presents she was getting, but she was opening the wrapping paper and smiling and sitting. We got her a seat. She was sitting in her seat. And, of course, little Phil went crazy, and he was excited. And he made sure to watch and see what his sister was doing because he wanted her to have a great time. But then he's like, you know what? It's my turn now. It's about Phil. It's about being selfish. What about you guys, man?
Man, we had a great Christmas. We really did. Mentioned my mom is here in town, and so to have Jamma, that's what Owen and Mia call her, Jamma.
Forcing Jamma to watch sports.
Yeah.
Like, Mom, you're going to sit there.
A little bit.
Watch this.
Yeah, yesterday there was a little bit of that. But, man, they had such a good day, and we talked about it leading up. It's just a magical time. My daughter is 4 now. She is fully aware and gets it. They still play together, and just to watch basically the euphoria. Waiting to go downstairs. We put a barricade up. Up. They cannot, because 2 years ago when my son was 5, he snuck downstairs 5 o'clock in the morning and started opening stuff without us. Solo dolo Christmas.
He's like, I'm selfish. It's about me today.
So now we put a barricade up so they actually can't see. They can't even see down there because you got to walk down a hallway.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what they want to do, and look off the little balcony that you look downstairs. And but just to see the look on their face, and my son, he got a huge field goal. Now he's had one of these, but it broke last year. So it's like, think a legit field goal,
Yeah.
bro. We have uprights in our backyard. And so what we built it in
Training
advance.
them early, huh?
Yes.
That's how you kick, son.
You're not going to make it any other way but kicking.
Like, I don't want you getting hurt, so we're just going to work on these kicking.
Yes.
Get that leg strong.
But to watch him go downstairs and see his field goal, and for my 4-year-old to see her first bike, that we built the night before, it's just, it's the best. It's just the best. And then to see him play with all these toys all through the day and all day today, it's just the best. So hopefully you guys had a great Christmas. We're back here to react. Broncos in action on Christmas Day. They get the W, 20-13, but the varying opinions of how they got to that W is depends on who you ask.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, look at Twitter or X, they call it, listen to what people are saying. Some people are happy, some people are not happy, they're not satisfied. I look at it like this, Zach. A win's a win. It is so tough. Like we talked about multiple times this year, it is so tough to win in this league. And you're talking about a Denver Broncos team that has been on fire. Got kicked in their you-know-whats the other day against Jacksonville and had to regroup. So now you're having to regroup on a short week, on a Thursday, on Christmas, all right, which is another thing that psychologically it messes with you when you have these grown men that have kids at home that are wondering why daddy's not here to help them open up the presents that Santa Claus just brought to them. So that's something that the players are thinking about. And then you're on the road going up against a division opponent. It's going to be tough no matter who is out there playing. But the win felt good, and a win's a win, Zach. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, and I think for me, similarly, for sure. Now, does that mean you're enjoying every portion of the game, or you didn't have angst or anything like that? That's certainly not the case for me. I mean, there was a moment in that game where I'm like, is this going to be like a worst case scenario? And I've seen it, watching the NFL as long as I have. It's like, man, you have these instances. And sports gamblers will tell you, like, when you have these instances where a team has everything to play for against a team who has nothing to play for, you would think that historically the team that has everything to play for gets it done 9 out of 10 times. That's actually not the case. It's actually not. And especially when it comes to like covering spreads and things like that, which I'm not going to get into, but historically, like, it's actually more beneficial to bet the team that has nothing to play for. It defies logic, but it's just the facts. But there was a moment in that game, Phil, where I said to myself, well, I really said out loud, I said, this might be a worst case scenario here on Christmas night.
Oh, you were thinking that way.
For a split second, yeah, I was in that second half.
Okay, I was going to say, was it the interception? Was it when the momentum swung and the crowd started getting crazy for Kansas City?
The crowd was going crazy.
I know. For both, actually. I'm like, dang, this is a unique situation where you're in Arrowhead, Denver's rolling down the field, marching down the field, and you got the crowd going crazy for them. But then all of a sudden you turn around, KC makes a play, the crowd's going crazy for them. It's like, what's going on? But is that when you started to feel the angst of like, man, this may go bad for us?
Yeah, I think it was after the big return that they had.
Yeah.
From my guy from SMU that I wanted the Broncos to draft, who got in the end zone last night and had the big return.
That was your guy.
Brashard Smith, who I thought he would be a great fit here. Doesn't work out. Anyway, but when he had that big return, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they're going to tie this game. And then they did, and it's 13-13. I mean, dude, this is a tie game with the worst Chiefs team in a decade, with their third-string quarterback, both starting cornerbacks down, starting tackles down,
starting receiver
down. And I'm like, dude, but these guys, they won't quit, and they're playing with incredible intensity and fervor, and they're competing. And I just said, man, this offense has not been impressive. Again, 13 points there with 6 minutes left in the game. And at that point, it's like just one error. Just one error can flip this thing, and it did cross my mind that
I'm not
they could
lie
lose.
To you, Zach. I was the exact same way. I'm like, damn, is this going to be the night? Is the Grinch going to steal Christmas? Now, the Grinch stole Christmas one year when Denver had to play New England.
Yes.
Or was that the night before? One or the other. The Grinch came early or the Grinch came on time.
Yeah, I think that was Christmas Eve, I want to say.
So we've already been through that situation before.
With Bailey Zappi's the starting quarterback.
Zappi, And so it's like, hey, we have a backup.
It's a great reference, by the way. Great recall.
For sure. And you're playing a third-string backup, and he's marching down the field at the end of the game.
Bro, he was doing some stuff.
And I'm like, okay, he does have something to him. And on top of that, he has a couple Super Bowls because he's been on the team.
Right.
Now, I know he hasn't played, guys, but he's been around Patrick Mahomes. He's always in the building. He's getting the reps when it comes to just playing and practicing, but he's also getting the reps mentally as he's just learning from Patrick Mahomes. But he went out there and did some really good stuff. It wasn't enough, thankfully.
No.
But, yeah, there was times where doubt crept up like, wow, are we really going to get upset by the Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas when we should dominate? And dominate doesn't mean win by 40. It means, like, control the ball, defensively stop them, look stout, and get on with yourself, right? You, like, just move on. But that wasn't the case, and it ended up being a game where you had to watch till the end to figure out who was going to win that game.
Truly. And it was ultimately a 14-play drive that went 65 yards and used over 6 minutes of that fourth quarter. And they got in the end zone. And it was like, man, the heaviness when they finally got in 10 toes down into the end zone, the relief that I felt. And I put this out there earlier in the game because this is how I felt after the first touchdown. Broncos offense was like producing these long drives that were ending in field goals. And I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be good enough here. But when Bo scored that touchdown, the rushing touchdown, and
had that primal scream.
He did have that primal scream. He did. And then ultimately when Bo passed to R.J. Harvey and scored that 20th point, it was a incredible. It was not it wasn't euphoric in a way that it has been in the past, whether it's the Giants comeback or the Eagles comeback. That was euphoria. This was relief.
It was just like, whew, they can take a deep breath. We're going to win this game barely, but we find a way to win 13-3. Everything is gravy, right? It's good right now. We're moving on. We got one game left, Zach.
One game left in the season.
Are you kidding me? One game left. What's going to happen?
Man, oh man, oh man. We'll talk about it and all the dynamics that are awaiting Broncos country as viewers this weekend here throughout the afternoon. Bo Nix made NFL history last night. How do we think he played in the process of doing it? That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And guys, I know there's at least 50 of you listening right now who are thinking about popping that question, and you need a diamond. So I'm going to save you time and money right now by telling you something as simple as this. You need to go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers, for that perfect diamond engagement ring or the ultimate holiday gift, or hey, just because that special somebody really deserves it. This holiday, imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you could imagine, and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, but they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling. All right, are you ready to get through the holidays? Because you're just dragging. You feel sluggish. You have low energy. You could care less about the holidays. All right, you're certainly not making it to the gym, and maybe you're putting on weight. You're dealing with brain fog, becoming just unfocused and remembering the task that you were supposed to be completing. Guys, believe it or not, these could all be tied back to symptoms of low testosterone, which does just happen to us men naturally as we age. I encourage you, though, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Literally takes 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options. There's never any pressure. Cost of the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test. And if you end up signing up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is completely on the house. Fellas, you got one life to live. Don't spend yours wondering if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take that low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi, it's Chuck Devine with SnowCountry.com. Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select steel tools. Shop online or in store. We're finally getting a little bit of fresh snow again and celebrating the holidays at Arapahoe Basin, our Gatorade Resort of the Week.
Arapahoe Basin with intermediate and advanced terrain from their Black Mountain Express lift. Great learning terrain in the Molly Hogan area as well. Make plans to spend New Year's Eve in style with the Moonlight Dinner Series at Arapahoe Basin. Snowshoe skin or take the lift up to the Black Mountain Lodge for live music, food, and drink. Book now at ArapahoeBasin.com. Our Gatorade Resort of the Week. Hydration at all altitudes.
Loveland on 19 trails with a 21-inch snowpack. A lot of easier runs open at Loveland and some intermediate terrain too. Aspen Mountain and Snowmass, both around 20 trails each, and they picked up a couple inches of fresh snow. Cooper and Monarch both on 2/3 of their trails. Wolf Creek is 50% with 21 miles of slopes. Jackson Hole, Wyoming with 4 feet of fresh snow since this time last week. Get more at snowcountry.com.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Want to look 10 years younger and lose 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds before spring? Then it's time for Soda Weight Loss. Soda Weight Loss works without drugs or crazy side effects. In fact, our disclaimer would sound like this.
Side effects at soda weight loss may include looking better than you did in high school. Friends asking, okay, seriously, what are you doing? Long-term confidence, increased energy, the urge to take more photos because you actually like what you see.
I'd been wanting to lose weight and I tried on my own. I'd been seeing things for soda and I was like, okay, I gotta go see what it's all about. It's a great idea, it's a great experience, and I couldn't be happier, honestly, with the results.
You do not have to use weight loss drugs to lose weight and enjoy a healthier, I look 10 years younger version of you. With Soda Weight Loss, you get round-the-clock access to your own personal nutritionist, and right now, when you join Soda Weight Loss, your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed Sponsored Jobs helps you connect with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, as we roll along here on a Friday, happy Friday, if that's relevant to you this time of year.
It doesn't even feel like a Friday, Zach.
No. What a fun week for us. We come in on a Monday.
We've been working hard. Ask Cecil and Josh. Cecil advocated for us before we went on break.
Yes, he didn't realize we were taking Tuesday off. This is honestly my favorite kind of week because truthfully, and I've talked about this in the past, and I really don't like a bunch of days in a row without coming into work. I love doing this job. I like feeling productive and accomplished. I want to earn my little cocktail at the end of the night.
I feel you. I feel you. You can only sit on the couch for so long. You can only do something for so long. Then it's like, okay, it's like work starts to kind of trickle back into your head of like, what do I need to do to get ready for the next day or the day after that, no matter what. So you're always still thinking about it, even though you're on your break.
Yeah, so it was perfect to come in on a Monday, get 3 days off, be back in here on a Friday before we head into a weekend, and then we have so much stuff to cover from this game and so many layers to what's going on here with the Broncos. And I do want to have, maybe a bigger boy conversation at the top of the hour of returning to the subject of the believability of the Broncos through a Super Bowl lens.
Man, when was the last time we had that discussion?
About maybe 6 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah, we're going to have that big boy conversation again.
Yep, we will. If you want to get involved with our show, you can do that on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Bo Nix made NFL history last night. How do we think he played in the process? Okay, so here's some history for Bo Nix last night. Bo became the only quarterback, have your thinking cap on here because I'm going to throw 3 different things at you. The only quarterback in the history of NFL football to have 20 or more wins, 7,500 passing yards, and 50 or more touchdown passes in his first 2 seasons. He is the list.
That's it.
It's just Bo.
That one's not hard to follow. And for me, it takes a lot. I don't listen.
In the first 2 years to have 20 or more wins, 7,500 passing yards, and 50 passing touchdowns.
He's a stud.
It's great stuff. It's a great stat. Here's another one. With his passing touchdown to R.J. Harvey, Nix became just the 3rd quarterback in the history of NFL football to record 3,500 passing yards and 25 passing touchdowns in each of his first 2 seasons. The list is 3 people long. Justin Herbert, the Sheriff, and Bo. That's it. And then also a 3rd stat for you here. Bo Nix last night broke a tie with himself and Derek Carr for the 3rd most touchdown passes in NFL history for a quarterback in his first 2 years. Here's the list. Justin Herbert, Dan Marino, Bo Nix. Pretty cool facts to start accumulating here about Bo.
It's pretty cool because it's our quarterback. Broncos country. We finally have a quarterback. And what is amazes me about all this is Bo struggled at the beginning of his rookie year. We all know that. He struggled. What if he didn't struggle at the beginning of his rookie year? He struggled at the beginning of this year.
He did.
What if he didn't struggle at the beginning of this year? What do those stats look like? What does he look like? Or is he closer to the Dan Marino? You said Justin Herbert, Dan Marino, than him. Is he closer to someone like Dan Marino with some of the
Yeah, no, it's a really good question.
So it's a great thing to have when you have a quarterback in his first 2 years having this much success, winning us games in clutch time moments, moving the ball. All right, just his energy alone. Like, we finally have that franchise quarterback that Zach By announced last week that he truly is that franchise quarterback. He is that man. So it feels good to have a quarterback like that in the building, Zach.
Well, he's not a perfect quarterback.
I don't need him to be.
No, and
my wife's not perfect like you like to say. My wife isn't perfect either.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to be with anyone else, right?
No.
And I often say this, don't let perfection be the enemy of really freaking good. Bo Nix is off to a really freaking good start to his career. Now, after we come down from the 20,000 feet and look at the game itself yesterday, how did you think Bo played?
Zach, I'm going to be upfront and honest. I love Bo Nix's performance. I truly did. I love what he brought to the table.
You loved it.
I did, Zach.
Okay.
I'm going to give him an A-. You can't get an A+ because he didn't go for 250 yards passing. But what he did was he won that damn game. He drove down the field multiple times. Now, yes, there was times where we want touchdowns, but it still led to points. And points help you win football games. When it mattered the most, Bo Nix scored the game-winning touchdown.
He did.
That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Bo Nix utilize his legs. He unlocked that, Zach. Go ahead.
He did. That was my favorite part of last night's performance from Bo. And because how can you bridge the gap to do what you want to do on offense, but also play within what the defense is giving you? And he did that. We've been asking him for, it feels like 6-7 weeks, if not all season, use your superpower. Do not put a wet blanket over that light. Who cares about any label? If it's there, you take it. I think he can do it even more, but I was so encouraged by it last night.
He's getting it, though, Zach. He's understanding, hey, I need to utilize my legs. If we were going to win this game, we're in a rut. We are not moving the ball. Although we are, it doesn't look aesthetically pleasing like we thought it was going to be. But how do we sustain drives? Use my legs.
Yep.
They're giving me the open lane. I have this athletic ability. I have some speed. Let me use that so we can sustain the drives, add another 4 downs, and then we can come up with a good game plan. That's exactly what Bo Nix did. He led his team down the field. He scored the touchdowns when he needed to with his legs and with his arms. I mean, what more do we want? Of course, I want more stats. I want it to look sexier. He also took what the defense gave him for the most part.
He did.
I'm not going to necessarily say that interception's on him. I mean, it was a great play. That was a knockdown, and then the guy rebounds it there. I thought it was going to the ground.
I know, and it was a great play by Fulton and Bolton working together.
Yeah. So where's the pushback back? Decision
on the pick. His too often last night, and I mostly agree with you. Now I'm not going to give him an A because I've seen what A's look like from him. But I'll give him
A minus.
You did say A minus.
Come on now.
That's the closest thing to an A you can get, right?
But it's not an A.
It is an A. It starts with an A. A minus. I'll say on the pick.
Yeah.
Itself, the actual sequence of how the ball ended up in the hands of Kansas City was a great play and sort of circumstantial. But on the throw, I just thought Bo, and this was true to him last night all too often, especially in the first half, his feet were chaotic again. You know, his feet are chaotic, and he had multiple receivers open on that play, on that interception that he didn't see or didn't want to see or what have you, and sort of, force the issue there a little bit. Look, his pick against the Jags last week, like that one was
bad.
Inexcusable. That's a bad interception. Not necessarily a bad pick per se, but there was other answers to the test on that play is just all I wanted to mention.
See, this is what I'm starting to think about Bo Nix. When his feet start to get chaotic, obviously he's panicking a little bit, but also when he starts to run, the motor starts to go even in his head where it's like, hey, do I sit my feet or do I get ready to start to take off so that I can pick this first down up? And I think at times he's stuck in between. Do I set my feet or do I run? And now his footwork is not on par. It's not the timing, the rhythm, the processing that you want's not there. And at least it will lead to some mistakes. But I'll take that as long as Bo Nix starts to run a little bit more, which he had 42 yards. Like, I'll take that, Bo.
Very
I
healthy.
See more of that.
Yes, very healthy.
So what would you give him? If you're not giving him an A minus, what are you going to give him, Mr. Bai? He did what he needed to do.
He did. Dude, it's not a failing grade. I'm just not going to give him an A.
Only A's in my house. You get a B, you're getting a spanking.
I'll give him a B. One touchdown, one interception, less than 200 yards, passing, but did exactly what was required. But 20 points of offense, I just can't give an A. I'll give him a B. But I thought it was good, and it was good enough. It was clearly good enough. And we'll circle back to Bo here at the top of the hour. But I do have to ask a question. Is there any reason to be concerned when it comes to one vital area of the Denver Broncos? We'll sequence into that coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business in prime time and walked out of Arrowhead with a win. With just one game left in the regular season, as Sean Payton proved his team is ready for a playoff push. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at
With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
As the year winds down, Groove Toyota is helping you gear up for the road ahead. And right now, Groove Toyota has stocked over 35 used vehicles under $10,000. Great picks, great value, and perfect for Colorado drivers who want more without overspending. And with Toyotathon in full swing, it's the easiest time of the year to upgrade your lineup with a pre-owned Toyota or another solid used option before the year closes out. Finish the year strong with Groove Toyota.
On Broadway in Inglewood or online at GrooveToyota.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by the National Western Stock Show, January 10th through the 25th. Tickets at nationalwestern.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Is there any reason to be concerned when it comes to one vital area of the Broncos? I'm going to ask that question here in just a minute, but I want to pass along some, I think, news that might be relevant to you, or it's just a sports fan or a football fan. It is just coming out within the last handful of minutes that Kyle Whittingham, who the longtime coach for the Utah Utes, is accepting the head coaching job at Michigan. Whoa. Now, this started to be a rumor within the last couple days, and it's like, hey, what is Michigan going to do in the Sharon Moore disaster and all this stuff? And it had been rumored for about 2 years that Whittingham would be stepping away from Utah, and their program had its really first down season in a long time last year, and there was a sentiment that he did not want to go out like that at Utah. Comes back this year and had a better season than a year ago, but now going to Ann Arbor.
To me, it's like I thought he was going to retire. 66 years old, had a great career as the Utah Utes coach, and I played against him multiple times. A damn good coach, and it's a great hire for Michigan because he's going to have those boys up there disciplined and rolling. Special teams is going to be awesome because Kyle Whittingham takes pride in his special teams. That's one thing Utah has always been great at. I'm just questioning why. Why decide to step away from Utah where you've been pretty much your whole career?
Yeah, since I want to say 2004. Let me not get this wrong here. It is 2005.
Since 2005, and now you're going to take on a different challenge
Crazy.
over there at Michigan.
Wow. Well, I'm a huge Kyle Whittingham fan.
Good coach, man.
Fantastic, man. And just the Utes turned into just a model of consistency under Whittingham. And wow, so definitely a new era of football for Utah, which just became the first school to take on private equity.
Yeah.
And did that have anything to do with the timing of Whittingham saying, no, thank you, I don't want to be a part of this? But yeah, so incredible story. We'll see how it all unfolds here throughout the afternoon and the coming weekend. Is there a reason to be concerned when it comes to the Denver Broncos pass rush or just the defense in general?
Okay, I was saying you're going to be a little detailed today with just the pass rush. You're singling them out. Take that, pass rush.
Well, and I say that, and I want to lead with that because if we have agreed that the strength of the Broncos is their defense,
yes,
but the strength of within the defense is their ability to get after the quarterback at a historical rate,
no doubt.
Those numbers have really, while in totality are record-setting, but game by game here, it's regressing a bit here down the stretch.
Zach, it's definitely regressing. I mean, the stats show it. Our eyes, we're looking at it. It shows it. The players out there seem like they're not getting to the quarterback like they used to, even getting pressure. I'm not just talking about sacks, although we need sacks. We need turnovers with the sacks. But the pressure seems like it's just not there at times, Zach. So, of course, we got to talk about it. Now, I feel like we had this discussion last week when Denver kind of got beat up against Jacksonville. And I came in here and said, no, I'm not concerned about the defense. I'm concerned about the health of this defense. Now we're sitting here against the Chiefs, and the Chiefs didn't have their quarterback. They didn't have their second-string quarterback. They didn't have their starting wide receiver. Now they still had their majority of their offensive line. They still had their two running backs in Travis Kelce, who I don't know what he's going to do. Is he retiring? Is he coming back? Who knows? But the pass rush has to improve. Nick Bonitto and Jonathan Cooper off the edges, they have to get back to what they were doing earlier, getting pressure on the quarterback and getting sacks. Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, who actually went out of the game, he started off hot, went out of the game because I want to say a hip flexor.
Yeah.
And they were being cautious with him. The Denver defense, specifically the pass rushers, it seems like they've been regressing when it comes to just generating pressure and getting those sacks, obviously. Something has to give. They have to start winning their one-on-one matchups, and if they cannot do that, then yes, I am very concerned because they are the strength to the defense. The defense is the backbone of the team, but the pass rush is the ultimate deciding factor on ultimate deciding factor on if you're going to win or lose these games if you can get to that quarterback in time.
And we've been having these conversations about a potential Super Bowl run, almost like just taken for granted that yes, this defense is going to continue to be elite.
Yeah.
This past month they have not been elite, and this is not a brand new question. Okay, we were having it after the Jacksonville game. Sean was asked about it early in the week on Monday, and he just dismissed it. Did not want to talk about it or breathe oxygen into that conversation. Even asked yesterday why the lack of sacks, and Sean chalked it up to this.
Here was the thing. I love the sack, but we couldn't be rushing for sacks tonight. We had to cage and keep him in the pocket. He can run, and if you get the worst place to be in football is behind the quarterback. And so I thought right after that first series, we did a great job of keeping him in the pocket, and certainly that I don't think anyone's focused on records right now. It's fabulous for our defense, but it's how do you win each game and the importance of that game.
And I can certainly appreciate the finish there, that no one's worried about records, and they shouldn't be. That's more for fans. And I know the defense will be proud of it, but it's a week-by-week assignment. And I also understand the cage rushing or the mush rushing and keeping these guys in front of you.
Play their part.
Yep, and play your gap, play your lane, however you want to phrase it. But, I'm watching guys trying to get after the quarterback this past month. They're just not getting home. And here's some numbers to illustrate that. Nick Bonitto, 8 sacks in the first 6 games. He's got 4.5 in the last 10 and none in 3 straight. Jonathan Cooper, 7 sacks in the first 9 games of the year. Jonathan Cooper has a half sack in the last 6 games. Zach Allen, 6 sacks in the first 10 games. Zach Allen has a half sack in the last 6 games. Said a different way, Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen combined have 1 total sack in 12 total games played between the two of them.
Yeah, so like I understand that Sean's saying everybody needs to star in their role, play their part, and it's not going to ask you all the time to go and get the sacks and have the glory. But with this pass rush that has been dominant for the majority of the season, and all of a sudden they go cold turkey, that's an issue. And so what it's telling me is VJ's going to have to be a little bit more creative with the stunts, where you're going to have to help your pass rushers like Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito and maybe have a couple pick plays like you would in basketball to free up Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper on the one-on-ones. But also, if you do have Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers and DJ Jones and they're being stout and you're telling them not to rush the passer and kind of sit there so that you can clog the lanes, then you're expecting Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper to do a lot more with their presence, right? Their pass rush, and it's just not happening. Something has to give. They got to get back to what they were doing, the basics. They have to get back to just getting pressure on the quarterbacks, and then after a time of just getting pressure on the quarterbacks, that will lead to sacks. But things have to get changed before we get to the playoffs because we're not going to a Super Bowl if this defense is not up to par.
What was our single biggest takeaway from the win in Arrowhead for the first time in about a decade, by the way? We'll take a dive into it coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique, boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones, too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family-owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Holidays are stressful. Injuries shouldn't be. Postman Law handles the calls, the paperwork, the pushback, so you can focus on healing, not hassle. With over $3 billion recovered for clients, Postman Law delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN.
Attorney advertising.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time. And if you're a homeowner, you should call American Financing today. You could be saving real money every month. High interest debt is crushing budgets across the country, but homeowners who act now are using their equity to wipe it out. American Financing customers are saving an average of $800 $100 a month, with some getting rates in the low fives. A massive difference compared to credit cards charging 20% or more. Speak with a salary-based mortgage consultant and find out exactly what you qualify for. There are never any upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Move quickly, and you could even delay 2 mortgage payments, putting cash in your pocket immediately, giving you back some of that money you spent during the holidays. Call American Financing today. The sooner you act, the quicker you can save. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the fives start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's the end of the year, and the holidays are finally here. It's tax break time at O'Mara GMC, and your new Sierra 2500 could qualify you for a major tax deduction.
Drive the truck you need and potentially write off a big portion of it at tax time.
Sierra 2500, just $685 a month. But don't wait. The tax deduction window is closing fast.
It's O'Mara GMC's holiday tax break. Ask for stock SF323923. Stop by O'Mara GMC on 104th or OmaraGMC.com.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute.
Man, that was fast.
Really flew by. Appreciate you guys being here with us. All right, rocking with us on a Reaction Friday.
You should have said faster than Chris Jones moving off sides.
Oh my gosh.
Hike.
Was that the biggest play in the game, do you think, or was there a play that you hold in higher regard?
No, Zach, that was the biggest play and the biggest moment. All right, 4th down. The Chiefs have a little bit of momentum. You see them waving the crowd, getting them all hyped up. And Sean comes out saying, hey, look, either they're going to jump off sides or we're taking the penalty. We're going to kick the field goal and we're going to live with it. But you guys are going to have to do your damnedest to have your acting skills out there to try to get the Chiefs to jump off sides. Okay, Big Q, Quinn Miners.
Yeah.
He gets them to jump off sides. And he was gonna move. When I talk about move, I mean Quinn Miners was gonna move anyway because they were gonna take the penalty and just kick the field goal. It didn't matter. But he needed Chris Jones to jump offside, and that's exactly what Chris Jones gave him. He gave him the offsides penalty. That was the biggest play to give you a fresh set of downs and to set up the game-winning touchdown.
Gosh, it was massive.
Hike.
Yeah, you could very fairly argue it was the biggest singular play of the game. I may point to the pass to Lil Jordan Humphrey on 3rd and 10.
Lil J.
On that final drive. It's 3rd and 10. You don't complete that. I forget where they were on the field. I think close to midfield, I want to say.
Yeah, they were.
I'll find out exactly here in a second. But you don't complete that pass. It's 4th and 10. A tie football game, late stages of a game, you're like opening yourself up to anything happening. And Bo made the play, as he often does. He makes the play when he has to make it. First quarter, not so much. Second quarter, not so much. I thought he settled down in the third quarter.
You know what? When he settled down after he scored the touchdown with his legs. Once he scored that touchdown with his legs, he said, hey, look, I got this. Because if you guys are going to continue to give me these lanes to run, I'm going to run it down the field on you. I don't need a run game. I got Bo. I got myself. And then when things open up and you start to have to respect Bo's legs, Now you're able to hit Lil Jordan Humphrey. Cortland Sutton started to make plays and not drop the ball, which is something that's unfamiliar to Court, is just dropping the balls like he did.
Man, you want to know what? So,
oh, here you go. Where are we going with this with Court?
Court's
in session.
Let me just start by saying, Cortland can do a better job. Okay,
sure.
He can do a better job catching the ball. Okay, but comparatively to the criticism that I saw him getting last night on social media, to what actually took place and where the responsibility lies in some of those plays, let me just say it like this: I don't think Cortland had 5 drops last night. And I think if you ask a lot of people on social media, like Cortland had 5 drops, there is context to some of these drops.
100%. All right, let's start with the one. I want to say it was 3rd down. And Bo, instead of setting his feet, he runs up. Instead of just running for the first down, he stops. He throws it too far.
Too
Cortland
far
has
out.
To stretch.
It was his fingertips.
Yeah, those are hard catches, guys. Like, I know Cortland's amazing, and he's a NFL receiver, and he's 6'4", but those are still hard catches when you're having to stretch out to try to get this ball and then hitting the ground. The next one to me, all right, was the one where you have Bo Nix that needs to calm his ass down when it comes to just darting balls.
Dude, he threw it 150 miles per hour.
Come on, Zach. That's how you end up with broken fingers. Not mine. I cut my finger, so mine looks like this.
Yes. No, but even Herb Street on the call, which Al Michaels, and I said this after last Thursday, and I'm going to say it again. Man, I love Al Michaels. He has been a treasure. He's been a sports treasure for decades. I mean, like, going back to, like, do you believe in miracles call? You know.
You think he lost his fastball?
It lost his fastball. Every pitch it looks like a changeup. It's just just an absolute meatball across the plate. I mean, Al Michaels, he needs to, from the pronunciation of names here I'm trying to say Lil Jordan Humphrey's name at the start of the game. I'm saying Bo Nix is a 3rd-year quarterback. Just like it's almost on a down-to-down basis. It's like, damn, man.
So is he prepping? Like, do you think he's preparing,
no,
or is it just like,
not the same way he used to?
I'm wore out.
He's at the end of his career. He's making like $16 million a year. We talked about it last week.
Yeah.
When there was Rashid Shaheed had the kick return to the house in a comeback.
Like, there he goes.
He didn't know his name.
There he goes.
It's like you got to do your job, and you're getting paid too much money to do that job, and it's just the end of the line for him. So just had to get that little rant out of the way.
Yeah, get it off your chest, Zach.
I had to. But yeah, so the one that was too far out in front of Court.
Yeah, that's not on Court. That's on Bo.
And if you're the old school, well, if it hit your hands, well, I have eyes and an actively working brain,
that was tough.
And that ask was a bit unreasonable.
Oh, what's the next one?
The 100-mile-per-hour. It's
hurt my fingers.
Again, you're right. You can feel it at home. And then the one in the end zone. And again, I'm not Court's agent. I don't get paid to defend Court, and he deserves some criticism. But that catch in the end zone, which would have been a highlight reel catch, you have a secondary defender slamming into you and popping that ball out. Like, this is a tough job, guys.
It's a tough job. But that one right
there, that
Court,
third one is on Court.
Now you're going too far right there. Court,
okay.
That was on Cortland, and Cortland has made catches like that before. Now, of course, you are right. You are 100% right. You have guys leaning on you, punching at you, some that are trying to punch the ball, but they're punching your ribs. You're hitting this hard-ass ground, and it's kind of chilly over there in Kansas City, and it pops out. But Cortland usually comes down with that, and the focus was just not there on the play. But as time went on, Cortland started to heat up. He was getting more involved on 3rd downs. All right, Bo Nix hit him in the honey hole, we call it, where it was like a great – it was on the sideline. I want to say the right side.
Oh,
or the
I
left.
think it was the left sideline.
It was the left sideline, and in between 2 defenders, and that's exactly like I always like to talk about when we go to camp. That was a play that Court and Bo could not get down.
Correct.
And Bo and Cortland wanted it to be more up, down, get it into my hands as fast as possible. They finally got that chemistry down, and it showed on the second to last game of the year, and it was a great pass, and Cortland comes down with it. So, yeah, he dropped a couple balls, but it's going to happen from time to time. It is what it is. He's human, but he came up big when it mattered the most on a couple of 3rd downs, and that's what I'm looking at as well.
Yeah, so, well, how about this? Let's just agree with this. Let's just keep our eye on it moving forward. Because I think his drop rate is a little bit higher than he would like himself, talking about Cortland.
Yeah.
So let's just keep our eye on that. But in terms of, like, Cortland Sutton forgot how to catch a ball, I mean, guys, context is king here.
Come on.
And I know we're emotional in the moment of these games and these fans, and fan is short for fanatic. I got it. But So we'll just keep an eye on it moving forward. As you look back at the game, your single biggest takeaway was blank. Go ahead and fill in that blank presented by Williams Jewelers.
The resiliency and ability to win ugly football games yet again. Notice I said yet again because it seems like something that has happened more times than not with the Denver Broncos this year. Finding ways to win, Zach. Finding ways to come out on top. It was ugly. The offense was able to sustain drives. That was pretty. I love the drives. The 14-play drives ended up with some points. Of course, I wanted touchdowns, but points matter too.
Right.
Points help you win football games. And it's just looking at this team of like, man, they have no quit. It doesn't matter who they play. It doesn't matter if they're down in the game. They will find a way to come back. They will find a way to try to get back on top. And that's exactly what they did against a team that they should have handled. We all understand that, but they're an NFL team. And if you don't go in there with the right mindset and you get too comfortable, you get punched in your mouth. But this time, instead of taking it like they did against Jacksonville, they responded. The Denver Broncos responded. The offense responded by saying, hey, defense, we are going to keep you on the sideline, and we're going to have these long drives, all right, and it's going to end with points. You need to do your little part, and we're going to be just fine. So it's just the way that the Denver Broncos are winning. That's how you win a Super Bowl. That's how you get to a Super Bowl. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be about sunshine and rainbows when you get to the playoffs. It's all about finding a way to win, whether it's on special teams, offensively, defensively. Sean getting a trick play called at the right time that ends up going for a touchdown. I don't care. Just win, and that's exactly what the Denver Broncos did last night.
Well, I think that's a fair takeaway. I really do. And
winning's contagious, Zach. You catch the winning bug.
Well, that was a must win last night. That was an absolute must win. Make no mistake. And I think that was a must win from a AFC playoff picture, number one seed lens. But I also think it was a must win for the sake of the football team and the morale and spirit of the football team. You are just coming off a rare loss where you were pretty dominated, by an opponent. If you played Kansas City without their top receiver, without both starting corners, starting tackles, starting quarterback, backup quarterback, this dude's first start, if they lost that game, that is a reprehensible loss that I think that would sting beyond the final whistle.
You don't think they would have bounced back from that?
No, because you lose the number one seed in the playoffs. You're playing for the division. You're playing with fire. And if they don't win the division and you're not the number one seed and you're going on the road as your defense is regressing and your offense couldn't produce, say, more than 13 points if they were to go on and lose that game and not get to 20?
The fact that you just said you're going on the road, you mean to tell me we went on an 11-game win streak? At the time we would have been 12-4, and we would have had to go on the road. That would have been insane. And right there, players would have been like, what did we do all this for? Now, of course, like, you're in the playoffs. It doesn't matter. Like, that's why you're doing it. But it's like, man, everything was going right for us. And then we got punched in our nuts against Jacksonville. And now we would have gave up an embarrassing loss to the Chiefs, who are out of it, who don't have the players that you just listed. It would have been a huge loss. And I'm with you, Zach. It would have changed the trajectory. There we go.
Mostly. I'll give you a 7 out of 10.
All right, there we go.
Trajectory.
There we go. Of just the landscape of what's going on with them. And the confidence would not be there defensively. Special teams, struggled in this game last night.
Yes.
And for offense, it's like, hey, we can't score points. We can sustain these long-ass drives, but we're not getting in the end zone, and that's a problem.
It is a problem. And even stylistically with the game control, because it was incredible. Guys, if you look at some of the numbers, it's the definition of dominant, okay? First downs, Broncos 22, Kansas City 10. Total yards of offense, Broncos 303, KC 139. Time of possession was psychotic. The Broncos 39.5 minutes. Kansas City had the football for 20.5 minutes. But I'm telling you, even under that stylistic setup, if they are not finishing these drives, getting 10 toes down into the end zone, that will get you beat in the NFL postseason because everyone's good. Okay? It's not Kansas City on their third string. I had a track coach. I did track for 1 year and was really good at it and could have gone and did triple jump in college. And I just didn't love it. And I didn't want to do something I wasn't loving, and basketball was there, and I just did that. But my track coach, he used to say, college sports, this stuck with me forever. He said, college sports, where you meet the rest of the captains. You're stepping out of high school where you're the man.
Yep.
College sports, where you meet the rest of the captains that were the man in their high school too. And the NFL playoffs are like that. That you meet your equals. You stare, these other teams right in their eye, and someone's season is ending. And even with these drives last night, and it's great to see through the lens of game control, man, if you're not getting in the end zone in 3 weeks with a lot of those drives, season could be over.
And I'm just hoping, Doug, I'm hoping a lot of it had to come down to like, hey, look, we didn't have to like draw up a bunch of exotic plays to try to get in the end zone on top of being on a short week. And it is hard, guys, to go on a short week.
Totally.
You are not practicing. You are doing some walkthroughs. You do not have a game plan necessarily. It's like we're going to go with the basic runs that we did during camp. Good thing for the Denver Broncos going against the Chiefs for a second time is you're going to go back to what you did and what worked last time. So you might implement some of the plays that you did against the Chiefs the first game, and then you might add a couple things that you did during camp. Other than that, it's all about who can focus and do the little things right, who can take the basic plays and make some explosive plays out of them. The Denver Broncos were able to sustain drives. That's all they had to do against a defense that at times they looked really good, but they were going to break because that's all they had. That's all the Kansas City Chiefs had. They didn't have an offense. You don't have your starting receiver. You don't have your starting quarterback or your backup quarterback. And so if you could just sustain drives as an offense, if you're the Denver Broncos, you're going to win that game. That's exactly what they did. Ball control, scored enough points, defense did just enough, and you win the game.
You want to know what actually reminded me of? And I mean this. Before Sean Payton got hired, there was a while there where the Broncos were getting blown out by Kansas City. Okay? There was a while there. There was a few years there.
Oh, yeah, I lived them.
And you definitely did. And when their offense was just on another planet, right? But then the dynamic changed here. And despite Kansas City continually beating the Broncos and extending this streak that lasted basically a decade, the game started to get way tighter. And I think a part of that was the Broncos were maybe getting a little bit better in some of these instances, but more so, I thought Kansas City used to approach these games against Denver like, we know they can't beat us. So what we're not going to do today is beat ourselves.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep things simple and in front of us, and sort of like Buffalo handled the Broncos last year,
just
stylistically.
Ball control.
Yeah.
Like, just don't lose the game. Don't make the mistakes, and we'll win.
Yep, and that's what I think last night the Broncos did. Now, they struggled at times, so I'm not trying to like let them off the hook or play defense on behalf of the team. But I think that a big part of the reason why it looked the way that it looked is that their approach was going to be at the end of the 12 rounds, the judges were going to decide it, and no one was going to get knocked out in the second quarter or the second round in that boxing analogy. And so I think that had to do with, like, do I think we saw the best of Sean Payton's play calling last night? No, because I don't think they wanted to use some of those bullets last night.
No, do I think that the run game was great? No, we definitely know it wasn't great. Do I think that the receivers did a great job throughout the game? No, I don't. I think there was moments where they were able to get the first downs and sustain drives, and that's all they needed to do, just march down that field, take up time, and get some field goals, but also finally get the touchdown. That was the game-deciding touchdown, and that's what you look for. But it's going to be a different game plan, a well-rested team, knowing that like you're going to have time to rest. It's not a short week, and it's not on Christmas.
Right.
I think people don't understand that takes a mental toll on your head when you know that you're not home with your kids, that it's Christmas time, and you have to FaceTime them going into a game so that everybody else can have some enjoyment, but you're the ones having to be put your body on the line and do your part, knowing that you got to go back home and know that your kids just opened their presents already. Like, it's not a good feeling, guys. It really isn't. But you're getting paid to do it. You're a professional athlete. It is what it is. But that's on their mind. They're humans.
Well, Sean addressed that dynamic in his opening statement after last night's win.
Thanksgiving is easy on this profession, but Christmas can be difficult for everyone. All you guys here, all of us, we're fortunate, blessed. Man, hard-fought win. I thought Kansas City did a good job, kind of understood real quickly their plan to run that clock and play a lot of coverage. Having known Steve and played against his defense, they just really wanted it that clock to run, and they played a lot of soft zone. We began running it maybe more effectively and then capitalized with some touchdowns. So it's good. It's great to get that win. You always have to remember this. Man, you're playing the heart of a champion. And I'll get, Andy and this team, I don't care who comes out of that locker room. This is a team that basically has been at the top of our league for the better part of a century, and there's a ton of respect we have for what they've been able to accomplish. All right, any questions?
So, and obviously at the end of that response there, he means for the better part of a decade and not 100 years.
It felt like it.
It did feel like it. It did feel like it. It did feel like it. There's no question about it.
Man, it was 100 years.
So, and also, I'll just read this RamosLaw.com text because I know a lot of people are feeling like this today. And I will not tell you to not feel like this, okay? I'm not going to tell another fan how to fan. But I'll read this from, he calls himself Family Man, okay? Unfortunately, my biggest takeaway is that we're not winning the Super Bowl this year. We should have smashed Kansas City. We barely escaped. Unfortunately, whoever comes to Denver in the playoffs, if we get the number 1 seed, they're going to knock us off. It's a bummer, but that was my biggest takeaway. Again, that game was frustrating for a lot of fans. It was frustrating for me to watch in big pockets of the game. It doesn't feel necessarily the same as it did 5 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. The believability of the Broncos through the lens of a Super Bowl. Where are we at with that conversation? And I want to throw it out there on the heels of me just reading that text. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Through the lens of a Super Bowl, where are you at with the believability of the Broncos?
I believe the Denver Broncos can win a Super Bowl. When you look and you watch these other teams across the landscape of the NFL and what they're doing too, there's a lot of teams struggling. There's teams like the Rams they were up 16 points on Seattle the other night, and they end up losing that game.
Correct.
Things are going to happen. And if you played the sport, and if you played at a higher level college, you understand that everybody is trying to do their part and that it's a job. And that although you have Kansas City who is down and out, those grown men out there on Christmas too, they're upset as well. They have a job to do, and they're trying to keep their job, or they're trying to make sure they have film for 31 other teams for next year. They do not want to be embarrassed on TV during Christmas Day.
Right.
Nobody wants to go through that. So they're going to play their heart out. And it's a home game for them. For the Denver Broncos, you guys have played so many games, so many up and down games. They're exhausted. They are tired. They're on a short week on a Thursday. All right, at night, there's just the feel is just going to be different. And if you don't have the excitement or you're not woken up for that game, it's hard to get going in it. So am I believing in this team? They can do it. These are one-off games. All it takes is for the Denver Broncos to get right back on track, get a couple sacks. Bo Nix makes a couple big-time plays. The run game breaks off a big run because they can do it. Nobody's telling them they can't run the ball. They can do it. And if they can get that going on top of Sean and VJ coming up with great schemes and even special teams play, they have everything to win a Super Bowl. So why are we sitting here doubting them now just because of one game? They're not going to go in there and just dominate. These are other grown men, Zach. We talk about it now. If there's another man that goes into your house, you're not just going to let him take your stuff. You're going to fight. That's exactly what the Kansas City Chiefs did as well.
And they played with great spirit.
They did.
In a way that I really I didn't see coming. I thought this was a 1-2-3 Cancun group. They just lost to the worst team in professional football last week. Lost outright to the Tennessee Titans, who along with the Raiders are the worst in the league.
And they're fighting for one other guy, Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
They don't know if he's coming back next year.
Yeah.
He doesn't know if he's coming back. That was going to be, if he's not coming back, that was his last home game of the year. So they're fighting for him so that he doesn't get embarrassed for his last home game he'll ever play in, if that's the case.
Yeah, there was a lot of pride on the field last night wearing red. There's no doubt about it. And to Sean's point, the heart of a champion. But there were a lot of guys that were the central figures in winning that championship that didn't play. And that's why I think people are are frustrated. I'll read this RamosLaw.com text. Let's face it, guys. If KC would have been healthy last night, they would have punched the Broncos in the mouth hard, and that's what's going to happen in the playoffs. I mean,
different mindset.
And yeah, different mindset. Not a short week. Not on Christmas. But maybe the mindset wasn't where it was supposed to be last night because of just the human element of all the guys that we're missing from Kansas City. And that is maybe, if that was taking place, disappointing to a degree because of the massively important things that were on the line last night. But at the end of the day, I just returned to the idea that they won the game. And I don't want to talk about, this is a definite two things can be true at the same time. Last night was frustrating for the reasons that we've been talking about. But at the same time, all things are still possible for this team, and they won.
They're gonna win the division. They have a chance to have the number 1 seed. All right, once you get into that party, anything can happen. So my believability is at an all-time high. This team can go out there and get to a Super Bowl.
All-time high? All-time high?
It's there, Zach.
So I'd be lying if I said it was at an all-time high.
What do you always say? Because I don't want to mess it up. You always say about the perfect, about being perfect.
Yeah, don't let perfect, some version of don't let perfect, be the enemy of really good.
This is not a perfect team, and I'm not looking for a perfect team, but I'm looking for a team that's going to go out there, believe in each other, and find ways to win, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's not going to look sexy all the time. They may get gashed a couple times in these playoffs, but at the end of the day, if we look up and the Denver Broncos win, do we care? No.
Especially in the playoffs. So I'm at an all-time high. I'm going to trust Bo and what he's doing. He's getting better every single week, and it's still showing. I'm going to trust that this defense is going to get things turned around and get a little healthier. I'm going to trust that Sean Payton goes to work like he has, and he knows how to win a Super Bowl because he's done it before. That's what I'm going to trust in. Well, Sean said after the game, doesn't really matter how it looks.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
And at the end of the day, at the very end of the day, not with an hour left in the day, at the very end of the day, that is the only thing that matters, is getting the win. And I played for a coach, and obviously he was never any sort of star like Phillip Lindsay or some of the guys at the station, but I played for a coach who said, man, I've never been asked, hey, how'd you win? They just always ask me if we won. And so I think that I'm not here to talk anyone off the ledge. I'm really not. Because questions deserve to be asked about this football team right now.
Damn, Zach. Somebody's about to go off the ledge. I'm not going to talk you off of it, man.
No, it's not.
I'm grabbing you like, come on, buddy.
I'm saying, go ahead and jump.
Sit right here.
It's one less of us around here.
Sit right here. Let me explain. All right, the world's not in.
I'm not here to tell anyone else how to think, because questions deserve to be asked, but they did win. They did still win. So let's keep that in mind. And in doing so, Sean Payton made NFL history. Details next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements: more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Winter is officially here, Denver, and Hermes Worldwide is your ride to all action. Whether you're bundling up to cheer on the Broncos at Empower Field or heading downtown to catch an Avs or Nuggets game, make sure you get there on time and in style. This holiday season, let Hermes Worldwide handle your Christmas light tours, festive nights out, and stress-free airport transfers. Skip the traffic, snow, and parking hassles. Ride in warm, comfortable luxury with a professional driver who gets you there safely. Book now at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
Foundation Kia wishes you a Merry Christmas. Otto is shaking all the gift boxes.
Otto checking for car keys.
Up to snow good again? You can have yourself a merry little lease on an all-new Kia EV9 during Kia's Season of New Traditions sales event.
Trimming tree and prices.
We're slaying deals this holiday season. See us in Wheat Ridge or FoundationKia.com.
Deck the halls and catch a ride.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Bring in the new year with DU basketball. The fun starts New Year's Eve with men's hoops at 2 p.m. versus Kansas City and continues New Year's Day with women's hoops at 2 p.m. versus North Dakota. Tickets only $10 and party favors will be provided. Fun for the entire family.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come up the top rope with it.
There we go.
On a Friday.
Thought you were going to forget.
The bylaws that we wrote say you got to hold it on a Friday. So NFL history was made last night, Christmas night. Sean Payton joins Bill Belichick as the only coaches in the history of football with 5 different 13-win seasons. That is pretty elite company.
Both coming from the Parcells tree.
Yeah.
Like that's understandable. And both of them have the same kind of mindset. They're mean. Belichick, Sean Payton, they got
like an edge.
A different edge to them. But great company, right? There's just 2 of them. And Sean is a hell of a coach, and it's showing. And look what he has done with the Denver Broncos in the years he's been here.
It's incredible.
Imagine what he's going to look like in a couple more years with a little bit more money and a quarterback that truly understands what he wants done.
Yeah, no, and it's really a great point. I said the last 2 weeks, and I'll say the same phrasing. It feels like right now, all things are possible for this Broncos season, and yet simultaneously, it feels like the Broncos are just getting started. Truly, and you just mentioned it. They're 13. They're 13-3 while absorbing the largest dead cap hit in the history of the sport. And the quarterback is going to need, in time, a little salt and pepper on him, a little seasoning.
For sure. I know you don't like seasoning now. You don't put no salt or pepper on your steak.
No, I did. I actually cooked 2 New York strip steaks last night on the Traeger.
Did you?
Christmas night. Yep. And
how do you get your Traeger to stay? Well, I guess it's not. It's hot outside. I'm thinking when it's cold.
No,
man.
it'll still run. It's still plugged in. Electric piece of equipment. But it was great. I actually cooked the whole meal on the Traeger, like roasted potatoes and stuff, and did them right on the Traeger.
What was the steak tender?
The steak was fantastic. A little Omaha steak seasoning, just a little bit. Don't overdo it. And then when I flip it over for the second time, I've never done this until last night. Went out there with a stick of butter.
Yes.
And put big chunks of butter on each steak.
Now you're learning grasshopper.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, so it feels like the future of the Broncos could be even brighter than it is right now, and the team's 13-3. So here was Sean Payton asked after the game about joining Bill Belichick as the only coaches in NFL history with 5 or more 13-win seasons.
Man, I've been fortunate to have been on and coached a lot of great players. There's nothing like winning all of those teams. When I heard that, I had trouble figuring out which were the 13-win teams, but because we had some other teams that were 12 and 11-win teams. But I've been fortunate to have really good players and real good coaches. Some of them right here that have been a part of all of those wins. Part of those wins, obviously, Bill's good company. So let's keep it going.
Bill is good company.
Yeah,
and that is just a classic. I just have to say, that's a classic Sean Payton response.
He did the old Phillip Lindsay. I don't really know what the stats are.
Right.
Sean's like, I got to go back and look at all the teams that I've coached.
Well, it was Bo. It was like I've never won 10 in a row. Wait, actually, I did. I remember that my junior year. My fault.
Actually, I did that. You're right.
Sean Payton's like, it's funny, forgot which teams because there was a bunch of 12-win teams too. So I had so many good teams, I forget which ones were actually the best because I'm so awesome. But
lucky me, huh?
It's great, man.
What's the question?
Oh my gosh, so good. It's so good. But yeah, congrats to Sean Payton, elite company after last night's win.
1, 2.
Hey, what did you make of Evan Engram? It felt like Engram was a little bit more involved last night because he's had games where he's been completely missing. But last night he had 4 targets. But for only 21 yards, are we still kind of remain the same with Engram?
It's the same with Evan Engram. And at some point, you are who you are. And it sucks. We need more production from the tight end play, not just from Evan Engram, but Adam Trautman if he's gonna be out there. But for Evan Engram specifically, it's like, dude, you got to come up with bigger plays. You have to break a tackle. Like, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see him make somebody miss, break a tackle, go for more yards. I want to see him implement more in the offense, but he has to help himself out, and I don't believe he's doing that.
No, he's not. Adam Trautman had more yards than Evan Engram did yesterday. They went to him early. I think they tried to get him involved early and tried to get him going. It's just not working. And I don't know what else to say. It's just not working. We talk about contracts that are like the best bang for your buck. We did that segment a few months ago in Denver Sports, who's got the best bang for your buck, because it was a conversation predicated on what J.K. Dobbins was doing.
Yeah.
If you want to do the inverse of that and who's getting paid the most and is doing the least, and I know there's context to it, but Evan Engram would have to be a central part of that conversation.
Well, I'm interested in seeing after this year is done, and hopefully we're holding up that trophy, if they come to Evan Ingram's agent and him say, hey, look, man, like, we paid you some money, but you're not doing your part, and we're going to ask you for a little pay cut so that we can maybe keep you but also add some more talent to that position.
Man.
Maybe he's going to say yes or no, who knows, but it needs to be better. And Evan Engram has to be better. It's not just on Sean Payton. It's not just on Bo. Break the tackles when they're giving you the ball. Catch the football when you get the opportunities, and go from there.
Yeah. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3!
Man, quick shout out, and I don't want to get carried away, and I do want to talk about the running game in dedicated fashion here in just a couple minutes because we haven't done that yet. But Jaleel is seeing things. He is seeing, like, his vision right now is better than R.J. Harvey's.
Oh, yeah. But it's year 3 for Jaleel.
Yeah.
So the game has slowed down.
But he wasn't playing, though.
But it's also about the mindset of, you're not playing, but are you taking the right steps and doing the right things in practice so that when you do get your opportunity, like right now, you take advantage of it and you show Sean Payton why you should have never been on the practice squad. Now, you're on the active roster, but you're a practice squad player because you're out there doing the practice squad reps, while someone like Tyler Bidet is out there every single game doing special teams work, but yet you don't feel his presence.
Right.
I'm sorry, man. With Tyler Bidet, something has to give. I mean, if he thinks that he's going to be back here next year doing what he has done so far, he's sadly mistaken. He's going to have to turn it up these next this game in the playoffs if he even wants to come back next year. Zach, and that's the real. Now, for Jaleel, he's making himself some money. What are they going to do? Because he's on his 3rd year as an undrafted free agent.
Right.
What are they going to do? Are they going to make him a restricted free agent? Or are they going to give him a tender? Or are they going to let him walk and see if he can make a little bit more money somewhere else? So those are going to be the questions. But Jaleel is running hard. He's breaking more tackles. Like, there's a couple times where I thought Jaleel was going to slip out and go for another 40, 50-yard touchdown.
Me too.
Like, that's what I want to see from him, and it's coming.
Well, he's been low-key productive here for 2 weeks in a row, averaging 7 yards a carry last week and 5.7 after yesterday. A 15-yard carry last night, a 16-yard carry a week ago against Jacksonville. I'd like to see his workload increased a little bit. We'll see if Sean Payton actually does that. Okay, what was the single biggest takeaway from yesterday's game according to our guy Mike Kliss? We'll check in with him next.
The Broncos took care of business in prime time and walked out of Arrowhead with a win. With just 1 game left in the regular season, as Sean Payton proved his team is ready for a playoff push. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The holidays will be here before you know it, and for many families, that means excitement, but also stress. Between gifts, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt free up cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, our guy Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, joins us, presented by Fitness Gallery. Mike, happy Friday to you. Merry Christmas. I hope you had a great holiday. I'm curious, what do you think, as you look back at the game last night, was your biggest takeaway?
Just the game plan that they came up with as far as being so methodical and deliberate on offense. It surprised me. They were talking about the shell and the too deep. They weren't all that too deep in shell. I don't know if after Bo missed some passes early that they decided to kind of go conservative a little bit with the game plan. It was I've never seen a game where there are 4 scoring drives, 14 plays, 16 plays, 14 and 14. Basically, they took up about 36 minutes of game clock. Those 4 drives. It was it was you had to be patient to appreciate that game. I'm sure there are viewers are at home saying, "Hurry up and score already." It was an interesting way to go about a inferior team, which is what the Chiefs were. And but they controlled the game. They dominated the game everywhere but the scoreboard, and that made it close at the end.
Yeah, Mike, they definitely controlled that game for the most part. But Bo Nix, some people they loved his performance. Some people didn't love his performance. How do you think Bo Nix did against the Chiefs last night?
Yeah, I thought he didn't play well early, but he did. He played that game manager role, pretty well the rest of it. In the second half, he was 13 out of 16 for 96 yards. It's hard to only throw for 96 yards when you're 13 out of 16. That's keeping it tight. But then he ran the ball effectively. I don't know. When you watch Bo play, he's just it's kind of like he is the team. They all look to him. He likes to lead the team. They feel confident. There's kind of an aura about him when he's out there. That wasn't a very strong opponent they were going against yesterday, but I thought overall it was a winning performance by Bo. We've said that many times this year. It wasn't the Dan Marino 1984 where he's chucking the ball all over the field, but whether it's his legs, athleticism, his smarts, he made some calls here and there at the line. He's just a winner, man.
Mike, are you at all concerned here about the Denver Broncos pass rush specifically, and even outside of the vacuum of last night's game, really this past month? If you look at some of these guys, they have really, really slowed down. Nick Bonito, no sacks for 3 straight games. Jonathan Cooper, just a half sack in the last 6 games. Zach Allen, just a half sack in the last 6 games. It feels like that was the strength of the defense, and it's coming back down to earth a little bit here.
Yeah, I think they're getting a little tired. I mean, last week I kind of felt like I was kind of telling myself, boy, this season feels long. And here we are going into week 17 or game 17, week 18. I do think they're wearing down just a little bit. I think that happens to all the pass rushers every year. I mean, does anybody, you'd have to go back and look, but like Von Miller, I think he did most of his, when he was the big pass rusher for the Broncos, I think he did most of his damage in the first half versus the second half. So it takes so much exertion to pass rush that by the end of the season, I think you do get worn down. Benito's not the biggest guy on the edge. Cooper is pretty stout over there on his side, but both of them have been dealing with hand injuries. And so you have to exert more energy because you can't use your hands that much for most of the season. So I don't know if it's concern. That's probably one reason why the defense had not been so good in 3 of their previous 4 games. But I think they'll find a second gear here once they get to the postseason and see what they do with 9 or 10 days rest, depending on whether they play Saturday or Sunday. I would think there's a real good chance for a Sunday night game if the Chargers win tomorrow. But see if they find a second gear here against the Chargers in the finale, if they need it for, all the marbles.
Mike, before the game even started, you had a bunch of people thinking that, hey, we should be able to dominate. All right, the Chiefs are down and out. They're not going to the playoffs. They're missing a bunch of players. They have their third-string quarterback in. At any point during that game, did doubt start to creep into your mind with that flowing gray hair of yours that the Denver Broncos could lose this game?
Yeah, they don't add any more gray hair to my head, that's for sure. I never thought, it was a tight game, but I never thought the Broncos were going to lose. I guess because Oladokin was the quarterback and nothing against him. I thought Andy Reid was way too conservative with him. He put two pairs of handcuffs on him. Till the final 2-minute drive, they finally had to let him go a little bit. But the Broncos dominated in every way but the scoreboard. When you go methodical like the Broncos do, that's great for time of possession. It's not great for scoring.
Right.
And I wondered if they were going to mess around so much that they were kind of one fluky play away from from maybe getting the upset of all upsets there. It was a heck of a play. On top of it, there was a heck of a play to draw them offside. It was a tricky deal, a tricky formation. Bo go over here. Hey, what's Bo doing over there? Here comes a man in motion over here. Harvey's in the Wildcat. And then Quinn Miners. Phil, does that happen often on those jump offside? The guard calls the cadence? I'd never heard of that before.
No, the only reason the guard called the cadence on that one is Bo Nix wasn't in the backfield. So usually when Bo Nix is not in the backfield, you have a running back back there. They don't want the running back calling the cadence because it's different. They'll have the offensive line do it, usually the center or maybe a guard, usually the guard that usually waves his hand if you go silent count. So that usually happens, Mike. So I'm not surprised of that.
Was that the biggest play
and it was Chris Jones lined up right across from Miners who jumped.
Right.
And Miners said, he watched, and as soon as Forsythe's head went up, which is usually the tell that the snap is coming.
Yeah.
He said, set, and Jones jumped. There was so much going on, and Jones got a little excited. That was the play of the game, because the Chiefs are kicking the game-tying field goal there. They're down to the 21. They're kicking the field goal where they might still be playing had it not been for that play. So,
but I think Miners deserves even more credit because he was the one that reached out and touched Chris Jones.
Yeah.
When he was offsides, Chris Jones has the opportunity to get back on sides.
Yeah, and from what I heard from Miners, Miners was going to jump off sides no matter what. Once he flinched, because that's how you can get the call, but also they were going to take a penalty.
Right.
Yeah, Miners said he had two jobs. One was to say set hut when Forsythe raised his head, and there was the combo that caused the flinch by Jones. And then he said as soon as he saw us movement, he was to move across the line of scrimmage and sell the call to the officials.
Yeah, that was next level. I mean, that was
attention to detail,
next level. And it's not gonna be the number one play on SportsCenter, but it might have been the number one play from that game.
It was the number. I thought it was the number one. When you consider that the Chiefs went down to the 21 of the Broncos, I mean, and they weren't going to run a play if no one jumped. So it was going to be 16-13. It's tied up, and who knows what happens in overtime for that type of game. Having said that now, I'm not sure about the game plan. It was too methodical for me, guys. I mean, 8-minute drives that end in field goals is not my idea of scintillating television.
No, and I think that stylistically could also get you beat in the playoffs in inability to actually get into the end zone following those drives. But it's a one-off game. Hopefully a one-off design of how to execute that win last night. Mike, we appreciate your time as always, man. Have a great weekend.
All right. See you, man.
All right. There he goes. That was our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. We'll hit the pause button on the Broncos briefly because nobody in the history of basketball did what Nikola Jokic did last night, and he may have exercised a demon while doing it. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are you a first-time home buyer? Are you trying to lower your existing mortgage payment? Do you need cash from your equity? For most people, getting a mortgage means endless paperwork and weeks of anxiety. But with Cake Mortgage, our process is simple, fast, and hassle-free. Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or looking to tap your home's equity, our team guides you step by step so you always know what's next. Our thousands of 5-star customer reviews will tell you no one can do what Cake can. So stop stressing and start saving fast with Cake. Your fresh-baked cake home mortgage is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com. To learn more now.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here with my friend Bonnie at O'Mara Ford.
The holidays are my favorite time of the year. You get O'Mara's low pricing, huge discounts, and just announced 0% for 60 months.
So 5 years without paying any interest?
Not a single cent, make no down payment, and no monthly payment until next year. At O'Mara, we make it fast, fun, and easy.
Just in time for the holidays at O'Mara Ford. Stop by their showroom on 104th and I-25 or visit O'MaraFord.com.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
We'll get back to Broncos here in just a couple minutes. But we got to hit the pause button because no one in the history of the game of basketball
at the NBA level has ever done what we watched Denver's biggest superstar do last night.
The highest of the high. You can't get any higher than the NBA.
No.
If you're a basketball player.
Although NBA Europe may be coming sooner than later.
Now, you've been talking about that.
Yeah, we can maybe circle back next week.
Put a pin in that
We'll
one.
put a pin in it. Guys, 56 points with 16 rebounds and 15 assists.
What more can you say about this man?
I feel like
what more?
We could just sit here in silence as just like to not even try to add on to what we saw last night and just pay homage by just shutting our mouths. But that's not how radio works. You got to say something. And so when I watched Nikola Jokic go for 56, 16, and 15 on 15 of 21 shooting, he got to 56 and missed 6 total shots.
What are we doing, man? This man is I'm a broken record. I'm gonna say it again. This man is not human. He's a human computer.
Dude, like comparatively, his teammate Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray gets to 35 points last night. He took 32 shots.
Had 9 threes.
But took 32 to get to 35. Jokic took 21 shots to get to 56. It should be impossible, truly. It should be actually impossible to do what he did last night. And he got to the free throw line. He was incredibly aggressive. I've said this for years. He does not see Rudy Gobert. He sees through him like an X-ray. And this guy, Rudy Gobert, no one goes off on Gobert like this. Gobert's one of the greatest defensive players in the history of NBA basketball. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
But when you have to go up against, and you said this earlier, you're compared Jokic to this polar bear, how big he is.
Yes.
But he's so smart in his ball skills. It's insane. It's hard to stop.
Body of Shaquille O'Neal with the brain of Steve Nash is what I've said for many years. And yeah, he is a polar bear out there. And
beauty of Phil. Gotta love it.
Dude, he gets to the line, goes 22 of 23. Super aggressive, going right at Gobert. Gobert, can you look up how many Defensive Player of the Years he won? Because I think it's 4. I think it's the most ever. This is a guy who is not an offensive player at all. Talking about Gobert. At all. Yeah, it is a 4-time. Not an offensive player at all.
Strictly defense.
But will go to the Hall of Fame. That's how good he is at his job. And Nikola Jokic looks at him like a piece of meat. It's unbelievable. He is Wilt Chamberlain in 2025. We have not seen anything like this since Wilt, which we have said for years about Jokic, but it's happening in the most skilled and talented era of NBA basketball, and he is sticking out like Wilt did in at a time where the average center was 6'7", and these guys had secondary jobs as NBA players.
No, it's amazing, Zach. It's amazing, and what amazes me the most is not just the points, but my man had a triple-double. He's still getting that ball around to his teammates. He is picking up the rebounds. He's doing the dirty work on top of scoring the points. He gets into overtime where you're dog tired and just goes insane mode.
NBA record, 18 points in overtime.
Has 18 points in overtime, Zach.
Most in any overtime, regular season, or postseason in the history of the sport.
What can't that man do? As long as he can stay healthy. And, he has been very healthy for a very long time. So knock on wood, hopefully nothing happens to my man.
Yeah.
He's human, we think. But it's just fun to watch, and it's insane the way that he just dominates the game, but also gets his teammates involved, and they find ways to win when you got 3 starters out. When you go into overtime and you don't got the firepower, the firemen, I should say, how is it? The manpower. There we go. The manpower to try to beat a Minnesota Timberwolves team that is really, really good, and Ant-Man goes off.
Yes, and that's the thing. This has been a matchup that Minnesota, up until the season, has really owned for a couple years. And the reason why I said going into the last break, like, yeah, Jokic makes history. No one has ever done what Jokic did last night, whether it's the insane triple-double. It's the first time in NBA history someone has ever scored 56 points and had a triple-double with 15 assists and 16 rebounds. That's never happened before. But then the game goes into overtime, and he scores 18 points in overtime. That's also never happened before. But it's relevant who it came against and how it came, because the Nuggets blew a 15-point fourth-quarter lead. Minnesota storms all the way back, forces overtime, and then goes on an 11-2 run to start overtime.
They were up by 9.
Blowing the lead has been the biggest story of the Minnesota story as it relates to the Nuggets, as they 2 years ago blew the largest Game 7 lead in the history of any Game 7. So here you are against that same opponent, and you do, it's not the playoffs, obviously, but you do blow another huge lead, 15 points in the fourth quarter.
But you don't think that's in the back of their mind? Jamal and Jokic specifically, because they were both on that court, like, hey, we can't let this happen again. You know, Ant-Man gets ejected. You know, he does his thing.
Yeah, he
crybaby.
Yeah, he lost his temper there. But yeah, it comes on a night where he goes crazy.
44 points.
I mean, it's remarkable. And Jamal, obviously, you know, when you score 35 and make 9 threes and you're the secondary story on your own team, it speaks to Jokic's greatness. But it doesn't happen without Jamal, who also had 10 assists as well.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone played their part, and it goes without saying, but I have to say it anyway. The Nuggets are down 3 starters. That happened last night, missing 60% of your starting lineup. Like, the group that gets it done is Jokic, Jamal, and then Tim Hardaway Jr. got the call up.
Yep.
Spencer Jones and Payton Watson. I don't know, guys.
You go in overtime and you win the thing. I will say this, Zach. Like, I love how resilient this team is. I love that they find ways to win. But at some point, because we don't know when Cam Johnson, I know he's going to be evaluated 4 to 6 weeks. We don't know when CB or Aaron Gordon's coming back. This is going to take a toll on Jokic and Jamal, man. They're going to have to play more minutes, as we know. But what does this look like later on down the line when you have someone like OKC who lost, but they're getting the rest? They have all their players almost fully healthy, and yet we're sitting here winning games, but it's tough on the body when we thought that Jokic was going to get a lot more rest this year.
Well, I'll say this. If this exact sequence was happening with last year's team, this team would be cooked from a energy and just battery bandwidth standpoint. But luckily, they have guys to eat some of these minutes in a way that they have not had in recent years, and we're going to talk more about that coming next week, and just the contrast and the numbers supporting that contrast. Real quick. I wanted to have a dedicated conversation last week about a team that's out of market, and I said that they were coming, and they might be here now, and it was the San Antonio Spurs. They beat Oklahoma City again. Phil, they just beat them on Tuesday and turn around and beat them on a Thursday. Oklahoma City has 5 losses. 3 of the 5 are against the San Antonio Spurs.
So they're like the Minnesota Timberwolves back last year.
A couple years ago,
to us.
Yes.
Like, they just a great matchup.
Dude.
Matchup problem, I should say.
They're a matchup problem for everyone and will be here moving forward. So I just want to put that back on our radar. That team, they are good. They're good. So in my opinion, the West is about 3 teams right now. And that's with no disrespect to Houston or anyone else. But it's about Oklahoma City, it's about the Denver Nuggets, and it's about the San Antonio Spurs.
Those dang Spurs, man, came out of nowhere. Well, technically not nowhere, but they're putting it on now.
Yeah, they are. Okay, shifting gears here. How are we feeling after the Broncos edge out an undermanned Kansas City team? That's coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket ahead of the holidays. That's possible when you call American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and credit card rates are insane, in the 20s or even 30s. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt with rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and save money every month, all without upfront fees. Their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise without having to change jobs. Call now before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. The last thing you want is holiday cheer interrupted by plumbing issues. Whether it's a clogged drain, a water heater on the fritz, or frozen pipes, Copperhead Plumbing is available to make sure your holidays stay merry and bright. Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Don't let unexpected plumbing problems dampen your festivities. Call Copperhead Plumbing for fast, reliable service. Relax this season and leave the plumbing to Copperhead. Visit CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to learn more. Happy holidays from everyone at Copperhead Plumbing.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at Denver Sports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with us and start growing your business today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, how are we feeling after the Broncos barely edged out a depleted Kansas City Chiefs team? How do you choose to view it?
How do you feel? How do you view it? What did Michael Bublé sing? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, Zach, because we got the win. Now, I know it was in dramatic fashion, and it's like, hey, why didn't we just beat up on the Chiefs? I mean, they were bad. They're down and out. They're not going to the playoffs. They're on to their third-string quarterback, no starting receiver, no starting cornerbacks. But it's still an NFL team on a short week. They get to stay home. Arrowhead is still a hostile environment, although there was a bunch of Bronco country there this time. Wow.
Sure.
It's going to be tough to go in there when you think that you can dominate a team and you don't. You get punched in your mouth, and then now you have to wake up. This is why you can't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable. Don't get satisfied. You have to go at it like you are playing against Patrick Mahomes, that you are playing against a team that's still in it for the playoffs. And if they would have took that approach, then I think they would have handled them a little bit differently, Zach. I think there would have been more touchdowns scored. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. We got the win, and that's all that matters. You move on to the next 13 wins.
That's crazy.
13 wins with one game left in the season.
Just insane.
So I'm going to view it as it was a Thursday night game. There wasn't a lot that was put into the game plan. Everybody's banged up on Christmas. Now, for us, we were enjoying Christmas with our kids, opening presents, Santa Claus thanking him. Not for those players out there, for both the Chiefs and the Denver Broncos and the other teams that played. They had to focus on a game knowing that their babies are FaceTiming them, calling them, saying, Daddy, where you at? Daddy, why aren't you at home? Did you see what Santa Claus just got me? You know, so it's tough. It's tough because they're still human beings.
Sean Payton after the game.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
Well, styles make fights, and last night's style to that fight was just very, very different. It was a very different approach. And, you know, effective, yes. Frustrating at points, yes. You know, in my head, I thought this was going to be a blowout because I watched Kansas City play the previous week against Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
And the Titans beat them. And they outplayed them thoroughly. And I'm like, this is a group that is so ready for this nightmare of a season to be over. And then Minshew gets hurt. And, you know, no starting corners, no starting receivers, starting tackles. We were doing, you know, Google searches of who Chris Oladokun was, you know, and his first start. And I just assumed that they were going to make his life hell.
Yeah.
But that never really happened. Now, someone could say, well, he only passed for 66 yards, and that's true. But I thought turnovers. He'd be running for his life. They'd be getting after him, sacking him. It just that never really took place.
No, it didn't. But also you have to think of those long drives that the Denver Broncos offense put on. The 14-play drives, and they ended with points. Now, of course, we wanted to see more touchdowns.
Yep.
But they ended with points, and then you put your offense or defense back on the football field. It was like the Raiders game, where you get back on the football field as a defense. You're not in a rhythm because you've been sitting there, and now you're not in a dome, so you're just nice and warm. You're outside in the cold. You're waiting for this offense to finally score so you can go out there and run around. You do find ways to get off the football field. It just didn't look like we wanted it to be, where it's like sack, 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 interception. But they did their part, and the offense did their part, and they come out with the win. That's all that I care about, Zach. Truly, at this point, knowing how it is by the end of the year, what is it, week 16 or 17 now?
17.
Week 17, you are beat up. And if you weren't in the playoffs, you're down and out, ready to go to Cancun. Now, for the Denver Broncos, you're a little bit more excited because everything's out in front of you. You control your own destiny. But you're still banged up, and mentally you are drained, and you have a bunch of young players like R.J. Harvey, like Pat Bryant, that are going to hit that rookie wall if they haven't already, and wishing that they could be done, knowing that, hey, you're going to have to go into the playoffs and then more. So there's a lot of football being played on a short week.
And on Christmas.
Sean
Payton talked about all these dynamics.
Thanksgiving is easy on this profession, but Christmas can be difficult for everyone. All you guys here, all of us, we're fortunate, blessed. Man, hard-fought win. I thought Kansas City did a good job, kind of understood real quickly their plan to run that clock and play a lot of coverage. Having known Steve and played against his defense, they just really wanted that clock to run, and they played a lot of soft zone. We began running it maybe more effectively and then capitalized with some touchdowns. So it's good. It's great to get that win. You always have to remember this. Man, you're playing the heart of a champion, and I'll get, Andy and this team. I don't care who comes out of that locker room. This is a team that basically has been at the top of our league for the better part of a century, and there's a ton of respect we have for what they've been able to accomplish. All right, any questions?
I do have to tip my cap to Kansas City because they had absolutely nothing to play for on paper. And you just lose to the worst team in football a week ago. Another quarterback goes down. Just get through the remaining 2 games healthy. And, man, honestly, you know what that showed me? That was a reflection of the culture that Andy Reid and that organization has built over there. Despite the loss, they're not looking for a better draft pick. They are going to compete to win and make life hell for the Broncos. And they made the Broncos earn it all 60 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Zach, they were in the Super Bowl last year. They've been to how many straight Super Bowls? Was it 3 straight before that, and then they took a break?
I think 3. Yeah, I think 3 straight. Yeah,
they want to three-peat.
Yep.
I mean, that's a lot of time to build a culture up, and even your depth players, they understand what they need to do, so they're going to be well prepared, well coached. And also, you have these grown men out there that want to be at home, but they can't. So now they're angry, and they're like, hey, if we're going to be out here, we're going to do our part. Also, we're not going to get disrespected and embarrassed on national TV, so let's go out there and play. And if you are a player that this is your last year on your contract, or you're not going to be with this team, you want to put great film out there for 31 other teams that are looking at you saying, hey, we'll pick you up next year. So there's always something to play for on top of playing for your teammate Travis Kelce, who you don't even know if he's coming back. This may have been his last home game ever, and you wanted to make sure you went out on top or tried to get out on top. And that's something to play for if you really love your teammates.
Mike on the RamosLaw.com text line. Guys, if the Broncos would have won 30-0, everyone would be giving them no credit because of the competition. Will they ever get credit for anything? I think there's some validity to that because, when the Broncos beat Kansas City 38-0 last year, we have basically put an asterisk next to it and referred to it in some way, shape, or form as JV or a built-in bye week or whatever, however people say it. So there is something to that.
They'll get their credit once they win that first playoff game.
I agree.
Zach, you're the one that brings up the most. Can we just get the first playoff game out the way? Can we win one?
Yep.
They can win their first playoff game, then that's where the respect and credit's going to come in for the Denver Broncos. You got to get past that playoff game, which they haven't been able to do for a very long time.
Yeah, the name of the game is to win. And I said this earlier, but I played for a coach growing up that said, man, I've never been asked how I won as the first question. They always ask if you won. And Did they cover, the spread? No, but they're not thinking about it like that. They're not. That was a one-off game. As much as we say, hey, playoffs are one-off games, these are one-off games as well. And the Broncos won
13-3.
13-3 is 13-3.
Man,
they in the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers, they had some stuff, why they think they deserve, freedom, and there's a line in there.
Read up on it.
What's that?
I'm gonna have to read up on it.
Well, there's a line in there. There's a line in there that says, "We hold these truths self-evident." We hold these truths self-evident, that they're self-evident. They shouldn't need to be explained more.
Yeah.
13-3 is 13-3. It's self-evident. It's a good football team. Can they unlock greatness and win a Super Bowl? We'll see. We're fixing to find out. But if they're going to go do that, the run game has to be on point, and I want to spend some time talking about that coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business in prime time and walked out of Arrowhead with a win. With just one game left in the regular season, as Sean Payton proved his team is ready for a playoff push. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At Postman Law, we're not your typical personal injury firm. Our lawyers have argued and won at the United States Supreme Court. We've gone head-to-head with giant corporations like Uber and Amazon, and we've helped clients recover billions in verdicts and settlements. We bring that same firepower to every case, no matter the size. When you've been injured, having the right lawyer matters. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
What's going on, gentlemen? With the new year comes the chance to make real positive changes in your life. Remember that first time you failed to perform in that bedroom? You probably just laughed it off, right? No big deal. But then it happened a second time, and then it happened a third. Guys, don't let it happen a third time. Go get it treated, because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. And we all know that ED is an intimacy destroyer. And research shows that men can draw away from their partners when ED affects their sex. The conditions can cause stress, anxiety, depression, and even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves when ED becomes the problem. Well, at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments are going to work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of these treatments can have you lasting an hour or even more if you had that much stamina. And all you need to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99, and that will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, AT and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And gentlemen, here's the thing: if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is absolutely free. They also have 5 locations out there to serve you, so there are no excuses. Go get treated. You could go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This holiday, imagine the finest jewelry legends all in a store where they treat you like family.
Decory, Hearts on Fire, Gabriel & Company, Lika Bahar, and dozens more, all in one store.
Imagine a diamond bar with almost every size, shape, and price range GIA diamond.
And all the top bridal designers, including A. Jaffe, Parade, and Decory.
Add to that Tag Heuer watches and our curated pre-owned Rolex timepieces. And we've got something for everyone you love. I'm Michelle.
And I'm Michelle's dad, Bruce Williams, inviting you to Williams Jewelers. We've built Denver's most trusted family-owned jeweler with one vision.
To be your family's jeweler for life.
For that perfect diamond engagement ring.
The ultimate holiday gift.
Or just because you deserve it. Williams Jewelers in beautiful Cherry Creek North.
Now, imagine their face Christmas morning.
This holiday, come to Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Kick off 2026 with your 10-time national champions, your Denver Pioneers hockey team in Magnus Arena, January 2nd and 3rd.
Took it into the offensive end, now taken away. Here's Rieger Lorenz. 2 Tigers got bodied up with each other. Lorenz in front, backhanded, a save made by Americo. The best chance of the night for Denver.
DU will host Maine. Denver Hockey versus Maine, presented by Wendy's. Tickets available online now. See you in 2026.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger? That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
I tried point counting, calorie counting, shots, and nothing has worked until Soda weight loss.
Soda weight loss gives you a personal nutritionist you can text anytime.
Everybody's great here. Everybody's encouraging. There were some times where I felt down and they brought me back up. If you stick with this program, you will lose weight and you will get to your goal weight.
When you sign up for Soda weight loss, your partner joins for free.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment. No meds, no gimmicks, just real results with real support.
Remember, sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at AdvancedHair.com.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Scope for most of the season, just for different reasons. For the first 2/3 of the season, it was under a microscope because we couldn't believe how impactful J.K. Dobbins was.
Man, making it look easy out there.
Man, I want to ask a follow-up on J.K. Dobbins next week, okay?
All right.
So I'm going to grab a pen.
Put a pin in it.
I'm going to put a pin in it.
J.K. Dobbins.
Circle back next week in terms of how valuable J.K. would be on this group right now heading into the playoffs. We'll make a note of that to do early next week. But what did you make of it yesterday? As a team, the Broncos ran for 128 yards. Bo Nix accounted for 42 of those.
Yeah.
R.J. Harvey, 43 yards on 14 carries, 3 yards a carry, none longer than 11 yards. Jaleel had 40 yards on 7 carries and did have what I deem an explosive run of 15 yards.
Of course, I'm not going to sit here and say it was the greatest thing since sliced bread and this run game is just going. But it's what I expected and what I asked for. Everybody pitching. Running back by committee plus Bo. Isn't that what we talk about? Bo starting to run, had 42 yards. That was good to see. Jaleel McLaughlin getting more carries than 4 carries, right? He had 7 carries. I want to see more. Sean needs to implement Jaleel a little bit more in this system. Jaleel is what you got done talking about, I think, off air saying Jaleel, or maybe it was on air, where you said Jaleel is just seeing the
Yes, yeah, it was on air first half of the show.
field
Yeah,
a lot differently.
He is.
And he really is. And he's explosive. He's fresh because he's been sitting behind a bunch of running backs playing practice squad for them. And now he's going out there and he's being explosive. He is breaking a little bit more tackles. He's one more inch away from just staying up for a 50, 60-yard run, and that's coming the more reps he gets. I'm telling you, Zach, it's coming. It may come at the right time in the playoffs where you see Jaleel hit a 50, 50, maybe in a 60-yard touchdown run. I can just feel it. And then for R.J. Harvey, running tough. My man had to earn those yards yesterday, Zach.
You are not kidding. That was physical.
It was, and he was bouncing off defenders. He was making a couple of them miss. There was one where he gets the pitch, breaks the tackle, makes a move within his body. I was like, okay, I haven't seen this from RJ yet. You know, it wasn't an explosive run, but it picked up the first down. You moved the chains, and then he added another 3 or 4 yards to it. So he's doing his part. And he is who he is, right? We talked about this with Cecil. At some point, you are who you are. This run game is not going to be explosive like it was with J.K. Dobbins. But can they do enough to move the chains and keep a defense honest and keep a defense respecting the run? They can do that as long as Sean buys in and hands the ball off. And that seems like something he's willing to do. 14 carries for RJ, 7 for Jaleel. I want a little bit more. And then 9 carries for Bo Nix. And I know they weren't design runs, but Bo was able to get out of the pocket and move the chains with his own legs.
Yeah, and that's so encouraging, the Bo using his legs, because it kind of just bridges the gap of what they're missing without Dobbins. Not in terms of like stylistically and how it looks or anything, but just the overall production of that room. And if you put Bo as a part of that room and he is a willing runner, because without Bo's legs yesterday, that's a pretty disappointing day on the ground. It just is, with your lead back going for 43 yards on 14 carries. I agree. I want to see some more put on the plate of Jaleel. He is just...
You're warming up to Jaleel now. I love it.
So, no, I have been. I have been.
Put the bat. I told you to put the bat signal out there.
Yeah.
Ask Jaleel to come back.
Yeah, no, he is seeing the field and he's seeing his blocks right now. He just is. And the production's coming with it. He had a 16-yard carry last week, a 15-yard carry last night, averaged 7 yards a carry last week, averaged almost 6 last night. So I'd like Sean Payton to, meet Jaleel where he currently is. Not where you had him in the vision in September, October, but what is currently happening right now. And I think Sean will do that. Here is going back to Bo, Sean Payton on Bo Nix using his legs more in the scramble game.
I'll tell you what he did, and I think he made a comment. There were 2 plays where he's finding a throw off schedule, and I said, man, I said, you got running room here. You guys saw it. You got running room, and I thought he came up with some really big plays, in that soft zone. Even though it's zone, there was some 8-yard scampers that were really important, and I think obviously you're adjusting. It's not a halftime adjustment. It's just this is what we're seeing, and you're knowing exactly why you're seeing it.
Well, I'm glad that Bo is meeting the moment and what is required from this offense, because at the end of the day, and this was the case a year ago, we talked about it. At the end of the day, Bo Nix is still probably just the best overall playmaker on the Broncos offense.
Yeah, he's explosive, and he's very athletic, more athletic than people give him credit for. And the thing I will continue to if Bo is listening to me, which I know he's not listening to me, don't be a prisoner of just sitting back there thinking you have to be this pocket quarterback. The time, the rhythm, the process, and yes, you need it, and it's going to come for you. But when you look at Josh Allen, you look at Lamar Jackson, hell, even Patrick Mahomes, they make plays with their legs when it matters the most, or to sustain drives, to move the chains. Do that and let your game organically come to you as time goes on. We need to win these games, and the only way we're winning these games is if we have some type of run game. How do you do that? R.J. Harvey's going to have to pull his weight. Jaleel's going to have to pull his weight and do what he did against Kansas City last night, and maybe even a little bit more with more carries. And for Bo Nix, you're going to have to run more. you're going to have to utilize your legs because we don't have a J.K. Dobbins. And if we are going to get to a Super Bowl, you have to have a run game and, of course, a tight end. And I know we're going to talk about the tight end play, but if you don't have tight end play, we at least have to be able to rely on the run game to keep a defense honest.
All right. What was the sentiment that Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall was feeling after last night's win? Completely satisfied or a bit unfulfilled? We'll ask him next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Gentlemen, the new year is here. And improving your health is probably on your list of resolutions. But when you're tired all the time, low on energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing the results at the gym like you used to, and most of all, that sex drive is just not there, then you need to go get help. And what I mean by help is you need to go see my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, who are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T, and a lot of these men have seen amazing differences that these treatments can make in their life. So if you're just like these guys I just got done talking about, within just a few weeks, you'll start to feel your energy return, the brain fog you're dealing with will go away, your sleep will improve as with those workouts, and that sex drive that we all deserve to have will be significantly enhanced as well. All I need you to do is take the Low T quiz on their website. Gentlemen, it's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes to do, so there's not a lot of time taken from it. Then what you're going to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. They also have 5 locations out there to serve you, so there are no excuses. Go get treated. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Toyotathon is on at Corwin Toyota. Save big when you lease a new 2025 Tacoma SR5 for just $369 down and $369 a month, or drive off in a new 2025 RAV4 XLE for as little as $399 down and $399 a month. Unwrap your holiday savings during the Toyotathon sales event. Visit us off Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUMMI to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUMMI for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SUMMI for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Ever wanted to try an Olympic and Paralympic sport? Try fencing. It's fast, safe, and easy to start. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, rolling downhill on a Friday after Christmas and a Christmas win in Arrowhead. In fact, it was the first win in Arrowhead since our next guest and Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall was playing for the Broncos. B-Marsh, does it feel like that long ago? And as memory serves, you made a really, really big play in that game over a decade ago.
Yeah, actually, it's starting to feel a long time ago, just, based off the Super Bowl 50 reunion, 10 years. I'm like, it's been a decade. And it's kind of crazy because it doesn't feel like that to me. And to my injuries, by the way, sustained from that game. But it's crazy that it's been that long since we've won an Arrowhead, and we play an Arrowhead every year. And it's actually kind of embarrassing, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, well, I think we would ultimately agree. But that was, I'm pretty sure that last time was also Thursday Night Football, the same way that it was yesterday. And forgive me if I don't have this right, and I'm being sincere because this was just before I got to Denver. Okay, but wasn't that not the game? Didn't you force a fumble on Jamal Charles that Bradley Roby return for a touchdown with like 30 seconds left? Is that the right night?
Yeah, that's the right night. That's why I was saying my injuries, because I dislocated my finger in a horrible fashion and had 4 surgeries after that. But we won the game. I punched the ball out on Jamal Charles. We won the game in a crazy fashion, and that ended up being the game that helped us get the number 1 seed, which, allowed us to play in Denver and not go to Gillette Stadium, and, we ended up going all the way.
Crazy. All right, so B-Marsh, how do you feel after last night's win? Because we have a split fan base. We have one half of the fan base saying, hey, a win is a win. Take 13-3, but the other half of the fan base is saying, well, hold on a second. If the Broncos are going to try to go win a Super Bowl, that was nowhere close to good enough against really the worst Chiefs team in a decade and depleted from a health standpoint. How do you choose to view it?
I don't like that we play to our competition like week in and week out, right? When we got a good team, like the Packers coming in, we play well, we do our thing, Bo Nix kills it. Obviously losing to the Jaguars was terrible because that was a good team. They came in and beat us. But, as I'm looking at these numbers and these stats, and after watching the game yesterday, I just didn't like what I saw overall. For us to have, kill them in time of possession, kill them in almost 30 more plays than they have, and our third down efficiency was crazy. 11 for 18, way more double their first downs, and for us to only have one in the final 2 minutes, it's kind of interesting how that happened. And right now you want to be playing your best football heading into the playoffs. And right now we're not seeing Denver's best football. If you just dissect what we're watching and what we're seeing, we turn the ball over too much, right? I think we have 5 or 4 in the last 3 games. That's too many turnovers. And also the Chargers is for real. I think the Chargers is real. So I think that game next week is going to tell a lot about who we are as a team.
B. Marsh, let's go to the defensive side of the ball now. Are you concerned with this defense? And specifically, Zach Byer and I have been talking about the pass rush, the 4 pass rushers, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, John Franklin Myers, Zach Allen. Are you concerned with this defense in the pass rush?
I don't think I'm concerned with the pass rush. Honestly, we just had 5 sacks against the Jaguars, right? It didn't, obviously it resulted in a loss, but we have 5 sacks. We got them on the ground 5 times, which is good. So I'm not necessarily concerned with the pass rush. Is it as potent as it was early in the season? No. And honestly, you really want to get it, because if you remember that 2015 defense, our pass rush got extremely potent in the playoffs, right? And leading up to the playoffs. And we was putting everybody we played on the ground, every quarterback. We hit Brady 20-something times. We sacked Big Ben. We was killing Cam Newton. That's ultimately what helped us win this championship, right? So we did our thing against Jacksonville, sack-wise, right? But we didn't this game at all. So I'm not necessarily concerned. I kind of want to see how it happens. Because we hit Trevor Lawrence 14 times. That's good. I want to see what happens against wow, I can't believe it. Justin Herbert. I want to see what happens against Justin Herbert, but I'm not necessarily concerned just yet.
Are you still viewing this team with Super Bowl potential?
Yes, I am. Actually, I am. I'm still seeing them with Super Bowl potential, but things have to clean up. Like the run game has to become more of a focal point. Obviously, Bo Nix with the ball in his hands, late in games, has won you football games, right? That's great. But I think in the playoffs is still what they say about who can connect, who can extend those drives, who can run the football, who can get to the quarterback. I still think it's old school football, okay? And I do trust Bo Nix at this moment. I don't think all of our weapons are amazing, but Bo Nix gets it done. Man, we gotta find a ground game. And honestly, that pass rush has to turn it up in a crazy way for us to win. Even though we're 13-3, I still don't think we can win Super Bowl. I don't think we have enough pieces, or we're that potent of an offense enough to win without that pass rush.
Man, that is a great place to leave it. B. Marsh, we appreciate your time as always here on a Friday. Thanks for joining us, and we'll do this one final time next week, man.
Yes, sir, man. Looking forward to it, man. It's been actually kind of went by fast. That's crazy.
It did go by fast. Yeah. It's been a crazy season. But, there he goes, man. That's our Super Bowl 50 champion, Brandon Marshall, presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder, family-driven for over 100 years. And even though, he didn't get too carried away being critical of the defense, just simply saying, hey, that pass rush, it's not what it was here earlier in the fall. And if you take a look at the numbers, Nick Benito had 8 sacks in the first 6 games, Phil. He has 4.5 sacks in the last 10 games. He has 0 sacks, talking about Nick Benito, 0 sacks for a third straight week after yesterday.
And that's not good enough. Like, that is not good enough when you're getting paid the money that Nick Benito is getting paid, and we know that because he was singing how, he was happy he got paid. You go out there, you start strong, or you start strong, but you're not finishing strong, and that's an issue. Jonathan Cooper's another one. And I'm sorry for interrupting you, but it has to be cleaned up. The pass rush has to be better. And that's when I asked B. Marsh, like, are you concerned?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more concerned than maybe he is, just because of our pass rush not getting the pressure, not getting the sacks like they were doing in the past.
Well, you mentioned Cooper. Let me put some color on that. 7 sacks in the first 9 games for Jonathan Cooper. He has a half sack in the last 6 games. Zach Allen, 6 sacks in the first 10 games. Zach Allen has a half sack in the last 6 games. So between Cooper and Allen, if you just wanted to isolate those guys, between Cooper and Allen, they combined for 1 sack in the last 12 games played, with each of them having 6 for a total of 1 sack. It's just, man, it's just.
Do you think that they can go into the playoffs like this? And we're going to know they're going to the playoffs, but when? We're talking about trying to at least win 1 playoff game to start. We're talking about Super Bowl. But if your pass rush, the strength of your defense, and we know the defense is the strength in general.
Yeah.
If they're not doing their part in getting sacks like they used to, then what?
You know, there's a real ceiling on the team, because who they are offensively is still questionable.
Zach, they are who they are offensively. This is who the Denver Broncos are going to be moving forward. They may be able to sustain drives because they have a good scheme and they stay ahead of the chains. But it's not like they're going to wow us with their run game. J.K. Dobbins is not walking through the door where you have that explosive running back. All right, the defenses are going to get smart, and they're going to play double coverage on Cortland on third downs, because we know Bo Nix loves to go to Cortland Sutton on third downs. You have Troy Franklin, who's still inconsistent. As you can see, there's times where it's like, okay, you're waking up against it was Green Bay. Against Green Bay, you had some really key catches, a key touchdown, and then Jacksonville, you kind of go quiet, and then of course this Kansas City game, you go quiet. All right, Bandy was out there making plays. That's an issue when Bandy has to make some plays.
Hey, make them dance, Bandy.
Let's go, Bandy.
It's his first multi-catch game
Little
yesterday.
Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
You know, when he's having to make plays for us, that's an issue.
Yeah.
Those are practice squad players. They're having to play because of injuries, and they're the ones making plays for us. So this offense, it's going to be what it's going to be. They're going to keep drives alive. They're going to score some points here or there. They're going to rely on the defense to try to stop these teams, maybe get a turnover, and then rely on the kicking game at the end there to maybe win the game with Lutz. But, I'm not looking for fireworks from this offense. It's not coming.
No, right.
I'm sorry. It's just you are who you are at some point in the season.
Yeah, and if the defense isn't going to be I'll just say the alpha portion of the football team, if they're not going to be that version of themselves, the margin for error goes down to about 0. You can't afford to have that interception last night, no matter whose fault it was. You can't afford to give up that special teams return to Brashard Smith that created also another short field. So I'm hopeful, though. I'm hopeful that this team is it's going to sound weird because I'm saying I'm hopeful about it, but I'm hoping that it's because of a long, weary season. They're a bit tired.
Yeah.
All right. They did not get after that young man last night based out of scheme more than anything, although they were obviously pursuing him several different plays. And I'm talking about Chris Oladokun, the third stringer for Kansas City. And that with a week off from a bye week after being the number 1 seed, this defense is going to kick it into high gear and play with their hair on fire, the way that we've seen them do. I trust they have earned and have enough equity, in my opinion, to earn the benefit of the doubt in that regard. But it is those numbers that I read off a minute ago. Benito, no sacks for a third straight game. Cooper, a half sack in the last 6 games. Zach Allen, a half sack in the last 6 games. man, if that's not at least creeping in terms of like relevancy, if not doubt, then I don't think you're paying close enough attention.
You got to step up. If you're these guys that are getting paid big time money, if you're the key to success defensively, you got to do your part. So now for VJ, if you're not getting what you want out of them, you're going to have to be a little bit more creative with stunts. Get them one-on-one. Help Zach Allen out. Help Nick Bonito out. But also they have to help themselves out by winning the one-on-one battles like we talked about last game. You got to win those one-on-one battles and get pressure on the quarterback. They don't necessarily have to be sacks, but there has to be enough pressure to where the quarterback makes a bad decision. And that's something that even against the Kansas City Chiefs didn't happen enough. Didn't happen enough against a third-string quarterback, and we need to see more if we're going to get to where we all want to be, and that's the Super Bowl.
I want to hear your biggest takeaway from the Christmas Day win in Arrowhead, first of its kind in a decade. But first, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. And we're rolling downhill, hour number 4 on a Reaction Friday. And I'm curious, Mr. Phillip Lindsay, what your biggest takeaway was from yesterday's win.
Well, first, woo! Let's go! 5 o'clock!
Love it.
Now, my biggest takeaway of the game, we won. But that's not the biggest one. The biggest one is the resiliency and ability to win ugly games. Something that the Denver Broncos have done game after game, have been in big-time situations, in Bo Nix in the defense or Bo Nix in the offense, have came through for us. The kicking game, special team-wise, has came through for us. That's what I want to see, because that's how you win in the playoffs. That's how you win a Super Bowl. It's finding ways just to win. It's not going to always be pretty. It's the NFL, and it's at the end of an NFL season where you're banged up. Mentally, you're just not there. All right, there's a bunch of film on you. There's 16, 17 games of film on you, so it's going to be tough. You have teams that are in it. You have teams that are out of it. So it's just a different feel, but you have to have that mentality of we have to handle business, and that's exactly what Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos did. They handled business. Now, it wasn't what we wanted, but when it mattered the most, they won that football game, and it's all about winning at this point. They're 13-3. The Denver Broncos, that is, are 13-3.
That's insane.
1 game left. Everything out in front of them. They're going to win the division. They have a chance to still have the number 1 seed. So, life as a Broncos fan is good. We sometimes we tend to get spoiled, and we want more. We're human beings. We all want more. But I'm satisfied with this win, and I'm satisfied that this team is finding ways to win these games.
It's crazy how, and this goes for life too, not just sports, like how perspective can alter your view of something. And I'll give you a really silly recent example in my life. So I have this new car, this Ford Bronco. Okay,
that's your baby,
and it's my Ramos ride. It's wrapped in Ramos Law stuff, but it's a 5280 edition, so it's lifted a little bit. I've never, I'm not a big car guy. I've never desired for a truck to be lifted or anything like that. But it's the addition of the vehicle, and it's just it's got a little bit bigger tires than I'm used to, and so
you're riding big.
I was driving a Honda Pilot, which is also an SUV, and before that came out of a car. Okay,
and you worked at dealerships.
Yes, I did.
So you know all this.
Yes, my first year out of college, I sold cars at a Lexus dealership. But my perspective changed. I went from driving a car to jumping into a Honda Pilot years ago, and I just remember being like, "This is crazy! Like I'm so much higher up. Like I was so low to the ground when I was in the car, right?" And I drove that Pilot for about 3 years. But now I'm in this 25 Bronco, and I've been driving it for months now. This past week, my wife still has a Honda Pilot of her own. This past week, I had to drive her car. And I could not believe it. I got into the Pilot and said, I can't believe how low to the ground I feel comparatively to what I'm driving now. Once upon a time, I thought that was way up off the ground because I was coming out of a car. What changed? Not the height of the Pilot or a Bronco or a car. It's my perspective changed. And if I told a member of Broncos country 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, you're going to go into Arrowhead and get a win for the first time in a decade, and it's going to send the Broncos to 13-3. That Bronco fan would not care about the route that you went to get there.
No.
You would just be thrilled. But here, as the wins have piled up, you learn that Mahomes is not playing, Gardner Minshew gets hurt, and then their starting corners are out, and the starting receivers out, and you arrive at the same destination, a win in Arrowhead, to get to 13-3, and for a lot of people, it's no longer good enough. Because the perspective has changed. The expectation going into the game was different. And so I think that
Okay, Mr. Bai, what was your perspective on the game? Was it good enough, or you like some of these people you're describing?
It's a good question.
like, I need to know. Are you with me or are you against me?
So here's where I stand. There were points watching the game that I was frustrated.
Yeah.
There was points watching the game where I was frustrated. I thought the Broncos had the horsepower and flat out manpower in a way that Kansas City didn't have to blow them out. Okay. But it's also a short week. It's also Christmas Day. As we talked about before, these are human beings. Football's still really hard. You just played in a really physical game against Jacksonville, have to turn around and play Kansas City on the road.
You lost too.
Yeah, and you lost.
That takes a lot out of you.
And so I thought that other team was ready to quit after just losing against the worst team in football in Tennessee. I thought the Broncos were ready to bounce back and were coming out with their hair on fire. And the results never really unfolded that way. So it was frustrating at points during the game. But at the end of the day, the most important thing that needed to happen, and I do mean needed, that is not a want, a win in Kansas City. That was a must-win last night. And through the lens of the division and the top seed and all that stuff. So in my opinion, it was a must-win, and they went out and won it. Will that same performance be acceptable or passable in 3 weeks in the playoffs? It won't be. It won't be. They'll get beat if they come out and play that way that they did yesterday. But guess what? It was Christmas and not the playoffs, so I have to consciously separate the two, and ultimately the most important thing that needed to happen, it happened. They won.
All right, there you go. There you go. That's what it's all about. Of course, I would have loved to see fireworks. I would have loved to see 15 sacks so that we can get the record. I would have loved to see Bo Nix throw for 300 yards, 2 passing touchdowns through the air, another one, which he did, through the ground, right, with his beautiful legs. I would have loved to see R.J. Harvey break off a 40-yard touchdown. I would have loved to see that. But something that just didn't happen for a lot of different reasons. And you talked about it. It's a short week. All right, the game plan is just very vanilla. You're going back and you're plucking plays and play calls from what you did when you played them the first time. All right, the body is just not there. Mentally, you're not there because your kids are asking where daddy's at, and you're playing a football game for our entertainment, but not being Santa Claus for that day. It hurts. It truly does. And somebody might be saying, well, that's them. They're getting paid millions of dollars, but they're still human beings that want to be there for their damn kids. Also, you have on the other side the Kansas City Chiefs and those players fighting for a little bit more than we think, fighting for their next opportunity to play somewhere else. There's 31 other teams that are looking at this game, and this may have helped a cornerback or a second-string safety get on another team. You have Travis Kelce, who may not play again at Arrowhead. That may have been his last time, and they want to play for him and make sure that they leave a better taste in his mouth as he leaves the door if they could try to win a game and upset the Denver Broncos. You have Andy Reid that's saying, hey, guys, like, we still have 2 games left to play. Don't give up on me now, especially what I have done for you guys and helping you guys win Super Bowls and give you opportunities. You do this exact same thing. You have players that are playing for millions of dollars like we all like to say. So you're still having these 2 teams go back and forth, and it's still a good game, and we found a way to win it when it mattered the most, and that's what matters. Woo!
Well, at the end of the day, it is what matters the most. Broncos are 13-3. The Broncos are still in control of their own destiny. And we'll see what happens tomorrow, in fact, as the Chargers play the Houston Texans. And man, oh man, you talk about scoreboard watching. That's a big deal for, obviously, the division, all right? But also, and that game will be 2:30 in the afternoon tomorrow on NFL Network, by the way, followed by Ravens at the Packers at 6 o'clock on Peacock. Regardless, the Week 18 game against the Chargers is going to be massive because of the Patriots. And the Patriots, man, they have it pretty easy down the stretch. They're 12-3, all right? And their last 2 games are at the New York Jets and hosting the Dolphins. They're probably going to finish the year 2-0.
Yeah. If they play mistake-free football, if your quarterback plays, which Drake May is going to play as long as he doesn't get hurt, they should be able to handle business and win those games.
Should be able to. But that final game of the year is going to be a big one unless something crazy happens to the Patriots this weekend. So everything the Broncos wanted to do is still out in front of them. All right? But it's okay. It's okay. Because I don't want it to just be like, well, they won. Like, there are things that need to improve here. And Sean Payton needs to look under the hood a little bit here. And the regression of the defense is a real conversation. It just is, guys. It just is. This run game still needs to improve. The tight end play needs to improve.
Okay, so those three that you listed, and I agree with you, all three of those things have to improve if the Denver Broncos want to do what they really want to do, and that's win a Super Bowl. Which one is more important to get done? You have three of them. I'm not expecting all three to get done, Zach. It's hard to do. Now, it can happen.
Yep.
But you got the tight end play, the run scheme, and then defense, who seems like they're taking a step back.
It's the defense for me, because that was always going to be the foundation of this pyramid that every other layer on top of it was predicated on. Like, we've been using the phrase Super Bowl under the premise that this is a Super Bowl defense.
Yeah.
I don't know if this has been a Super Bowl defense the last month of the year. And we talked about this last week after what happened against Jacksonville. This also was a really just regressed defense this time last year, where the final month of the season came and, man, they really turned into a much different version of themselves in not a good way. And I hope that's not happening. I hope that, but when you start talking about Benito going 3 straight games without a sack, Cooper having a half sack in the last 6 games, Zach Allen having a half sack in the last 6 games, it's got to improve. And like I said, hopefully it's just they need the rest, and they're tired and wore out.
It's a little wonky. It's a little weird over there. And then also, when we talked about it last week, the injuries are stacking up in the sense of Brandon Jones. We don't know when he's coming back. Dre Greenlaw, we don't know if he's going to come back because of that hamstring. Does he have enough time? Now, Justin Sternad's back in the mix, which is good, but they have to stay healthy in order to make this run. I'm concerned, but I'm not as concerned as I am with the run game, because now that your defense is struggling a little bit, the offense has to do what they did against the Kansas City Chiefs: sustain drives, eat up clock. Can this run game in the playoffs do that?
Right.
That's, to me, it's like, can you do it when it matters the most in the playoffs? The exact same thing the Buffalo Bills did to us last year, where it's like, hey, we don't have to do much. We're going to add another extra lineman in the game, and we're going to hand that damn ball off, and we're going to pick up 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards. Then we're going to bust a 15-yard one, maybe a 20-yard one later on. It's just a buildup. Do we have enough to do that? We have an offensive line that can do it, although Wattenberg's on IR.
And now we have more injuries there.
But can RJ get to a point where it's like, man, can we get the positive yards? Can you start, instead of the 2-yard runs, can we get you to 4-yard runs? Instead of the 4-yard runs, can we get you to a couple 6- and 7-yard runs and then have a home run hitter at the end of that game in the 3rd or 4th quarter? Can you do that to help out a struggling defense in the playoffs? That's where my concern is with this team offensively. It's just running the ball to keep a defense honest.
What do you think the biggest moment in the game was?
The biggest moment, Zach, it had to be that offsides that the Denver Broncos created on Chris Jones. All right, right there, 4th and 2, game sitting there on the line. If you pick up that first down, you have a great chance of winning it, which we did. If you don't, now the momentum shifts back in Kansas City favor. And it was very creative of Sean and how he did it. Having R.J. Harvey in the Wildcat, not R.J. giving out the play call or the cap snap.
Yeah.
But it was Big Q, Quinn Miners, doing his part, making and forcing Chris Jones to jump off sides to move the chains. That was huge. The biggest part of the game was being able to do that, to move those chains.
Here was Sean Payton talking about that sequence after the game.
It's a no-brainer freeze, but it was at a different formation, one we'd never shown. We were going to take the delay game, so we didn't have a play. I don't know why we called it Harrisburg, because it looked like a play we have called Pittsburgh, and no one moves in Harrisburg. I think that's why we just came up with that. And it's a unique one because it involves you're on the road, so it involves a heel And then Meinertz is barking the cadence out. So he gets hat off to him. He gets Air Jordans for the offensive line. The last time we were able to do that, it was Nate. And so he got 5 pair. Obviously, that changed the complexity of the clock. That was a big play. We go through the process, head up, head down, and then Meinertz is, he just says, head up. And it's timed up with, the heel comes. They're all looking at the center, and it did it.
Man, first of all, there's so much to that response.
Yeah.
I love the Harrisburg. That's why they called it Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And I'm very familiar with Harrisburg.
He said nobody moves.
Nobody moves. Like if you're from Harrisburg, you stay in Harrisburg.
Okay.
Most people in Harrisburg, they grew up there.
All right.
It's that kind of community. But I love the background and detail on why they give these play calls the names that they do. But that right there, in my opinion, is just next level coaching. Getting Bo out of there, making the defense think, maybe they will run a play right here. Well, this is unfamiliar. That's RJ.
Yep.
Well, whose voice is this? Wait, hold on a second. And then for Miners to have the wherewithal and presence of mind to reach out and touch Chris Jones as soon as he jumps off sides. Jones has the ability to get back on sides.
Yes.
But if you touch him, it's like the play's dead, the call's on you, and it comes against a veteran's veteran like Chris Jones. I'm telling you, from a coaching standpoint, I'm telling you, I don't have to tell you, Phil, but like it's just chef's kiss. It's next level.
I mean, but Zach, like I always say, are we surprised when it comes to Sean Payton in the detail? Sean Payton's a very detailed coach, and he's a great teacher. And he teaches a lot during camp and explaining what he wants done. And he's going to do a lot of teaching in the meeting rooms to make sure that this team is ready to play. Now, that's one thing that this team is going to be fundamentally sound. They're going to do things the right way. Now, they may end up with some penalties here or there. Some of it's out of their control.
Yeah.
But they're going to know what they need to do, and it's going to be very detailed. Attention to detail is something that Sean Payton takes a lot of pride in, and it's helped them win this game. And it's going to help them win a lot more in the playoffs if they can just keep things close and they can do the right things and they can stay mentally locked in, because you are going to have to go on different cadences. Hey, red 90 on blue. All right, Zach By's ugly. Hey. You're going to have to be able to do that to get the free plays.
That's definitely a dummy call.
dummy. So that you can have the upper hand.
Yeah. Bo Nix.
We bowing today?
Man, you talk about doing exactly what's required, and not much more. I would sort of file that game under Bo Nix, under that type of category. And I'm seeing it here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Hey, everyone's saying the defense, but I don't hear anyone saying how terrible Bo has looked the last handful of weeks, throwing off his back foot, staring at his receivers, patting the ball, and he goes on.
I mean, but come on now. Tell me this. Bo Nix, yeah, he did what he had to do. Of course, I want to see 300 yards. That's not going to always be the case. It comes how the defense goes as well. Now, give me some pushback if you want, but Bo Nix did what he needed to do at the end of that game. He utilized his legs, something he did not do.
Right.
And you should love that. Out of everybody, you're the one that has pounded the table.
I do.
The most when it comes to hey, he needs to run, and that's exactly what he did. He did his part.
Yeah, no, he did, and I'm thrilled. And that is my number one takeaway for Bo, is that him leaning into his legs. This isn't a new conversation. We've been having it for quite a while, really all season. I think for the most part, him leaning into his legs is only going to make this offense more of a Swiss Army knife. Just add another prong, to a threat to the defense. And I can't explain why he has been reluctant in big chunks of this season, but with no Dobbins, you run for 128 yards yesterday because of Bo Nix. You're running for 83 yards without Bo Nix yesterday, and it looks different, it feels different, and we talked about it on what otherwise looked like an innocuous touchdown pass to Michael Bandy a couple weeks ago in the Packers game, where the Packer defender, and I forget who it was at the time, left Bandy to address Bo, the runner. And because of that, you end up with a wide open touchdown for the first of Bandy's career. I just think that making defenses think about what you're going to do with your legs, it's massive, and it bridges the gap of what the running back room looks like and feels like and produces at with and without J.K. Dobbins. Because 128 yards, you can win a Super Bowl, doing that. As an average, we're looking for 114 is the average of the last 25 Super Bowl champions. Without that element, I question, and I have been questioning the validity of the run game through a Super Bowl lens.
Yeah, and you have to think there were a couple key drops that did not keep drives alive.
Correct.
And now you're not getting those extra points or those extra opportunities to inflate your stats if that's what you want. If you want Bo Nix to throw for over 220, 250 yards, you have to stay on the football field for those other drives.
Right.
And even when we were on the football field, we were able to run the ball. We were able to run the ball enough. I should say we were able to pick up the first downs, get 4 yards, get 3 yards, just chip away, and then find ways to pick up the first down on 3rd and 2 by hitting Bandy for a 3-yard gain. It wasn't sexy, but it did the trick. It did enough, and that's what you got to love. And you have to love a competitor. Bo Nix getting down and dirty.
Oh, yeah.
Utilizing his body, knowing that he was going to get hit, leaning into it, and was able to pick up that touchdown that kind of
was huge.
Jump-started everybody, and then having that yell, that primal yell, sounding like me. All right, after you just got done beating up on Zach, it's, like that gets you going as a team. Like the defense feeds into it, the special teams, your offensive linemen love it. So he's doing the little things that are going to help you win these games in the playoffs.
Yeah, here was Sean Payton talking about Bo's touchdown run after the game.
That was a QB draw, and so what he did well, you can call a QB draw, and we got coverage, and they matched the routes, but you got to find how they're rushing. And so it wasn't as convenient as the last one a few weeks ago. And so to his credit, everyone, you run a route actually, and they match it. And then that's what happened. He just had to find the gap, but it was a quarterback draw.
Well, great job of finding that gap. It was, I thought, like if we were going to give a grade on Bo, I'd say you can't spell Bo without a B, and I'd say I'd give him a B.
Cute.
I'd give him a B. 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 1 sack. All right, but for what he did on the ground and put it all together in one picture, it was he checked the box. He checked the box that needed. It's not going to go in as a career highlight anytime soon.
Give me an A-. Okay, one touchdown through the air, 1 touchdown on the ground, 42 yards rushing. Added another 182 yards through the air, and clutch when it mattered the most. They're at the end, pointing for R.J. Harvey. Savvy move by R.J.
Yes.
Finding that soft spot, not backing up into the out of bounds, something that I would have done, and we would have lost the game because of it. And that was really good to see. And then for Bo just not giving up on that play, and because he didn't give up on that play, they win the game.
No, it's a good call. That was not like schemed up for Bo. That was, hey, this looks like this play's over, and he literally motions to Harvey. And I see Josh Allen do that all the time. Like, it's scramble drill, and he's like, hey, this way, bud.
Just get out of there. Come on.
Yep. Just break out of it, cut, and I'm going to deliver it. And he did that with Harvey. And credit Harvey having the hands to catch that football in that moment of duress in the highest leverage moment of the game. It's a rookie running back. With yet another touchdown.
Another one.
I mean, goodness.
Was that 11?
I think it's 12, dude.
It might be 12.
I'll double check here for sure. But he is. I'll tell you what, R.J. Harvey. I've been a little bit critical, fairly. I think of Harvey through this season. 12 touchdowns, crazy.
Come on, 12 touchdowns as a rookie.
Right. And where my criticisms have been is him as a starting running back, and judging him through the projection that the Broncos have. Yeah.
Still is.
But man, he is growing on me. And I'll say this too, like the numbers I actually don't think, just looking at the box score, reflect actually how impactful he was yesterday in that game. Like
just picking up the first downs.
Yes. And like there's a run that will not get featured on SportsCenter or maybe wasn't even talked about today here at the station or in this market. But like he gets swallowed up in the backfield again and breaks out of it for like maybe a 5-6 yard gain. That right there is just, it's so massive. Does he still have his dead on arrival plays? He does, but
it's going to happen. But it's coming around, and he's running hard. That's something that he is doing.
He is.
He's breaking some tackles.
He is.
The one that I was impressed with was with the third down play and was a toss, and he was able to kind of get skinny. Kind of get through that hole. Then he was able to break one tackle, make a move within his body for another 3 or 4 yards. Like, that's what I want to see. So he's consistently getting positive yards, and it seems like he's building up and getting better throughout the game. And he is getting hit. Now, that's one thing that young man is doing. He's getting hit, but he's bouncing back up. He's taking it to them as well. He's a tough runner, man, and you got to give him that credit. And then it's an art scoring touchdowns, and he's finding his way with creativity of taking advantage of those creative plays and scoring those touchdowns.
Yeah, Bo Nix, R.J. Harvey, like a collection of young players, that are getting this done. It's a good mix. It's a good mix. But Bo made NFL history yesterday. All right, and we'll pass along some of the stats and facts that you may be repeating to your friends coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if more reliable didn't mean more expensive? With Xfinity, you can get reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi for less. We're talking intelligent gig speed Wi-Fi for $50 a month. This holiday season through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig speed Wi-Fi, guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts, no strings attached. You could save $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity, their best Wi-Fi equipment, and even unlimited data, all included at their best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo prices for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Chain Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up.
Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. The last thing you want is holiday cheer interrupted by plumbing issues. Whether it's a clogged drain, a water heater on the fritz, or frozen pipes, Copperhead Plumbing is available to make sure your holidays stay merry and bright. Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Don't let unexpected plumbing problems dampen your festivities. Call Copperhead Plumbing for fast, reliable service. Relax this season and leave the plumbing to Copperhead. Visit CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to learn more. Happy holidays from everyone at Copperhead Plumbing.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
Merry Christmas from EV and Auto and your friends at Foundation Chevrolet,
where we've got a whole lot of deals.
During the Red Tag sales event, dash away in a brand spanking new Chevy Equinox EV.
Or shiny new Chevy Blazer EV. All electric, all priced most merrily.
Together, let's drive. See us in Wheat Ridge or visit FoundationChevrolet.com.
Happy holidays and catch a ride.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, Bo Nix made NFL history yesterday. Got Alex on the ones and twos behind the glass, filling in for Dante. Appreciate Alex being here. It's one of our favorites behind the scenes. What did Bo Nix do to make NFL history? Well, I'll give you 3 things that I think are just pretty cool, okay? Yesterday, Bo Nix became the only quarterback in NFL history to have 20 or more wins, 7,500 passing yards, and 50 touchdown passes in his first 2 seasons. Ever. Like, that's the list. Bo is the list.
Go ahead and list that again, because people out there driving around.
3 things. Have 20 or more wins, have 7,500 passing yards, and have 50 or more passing touchdowns in the first 2 seasons of a career. It's just Bo. It's just Bo. He's had the 20 or more wins. He's had the 50-plus touchdown passes, but he went over 7,500 passing yards yesterday, and that puts him in a category of his own.
Just good. He is just a good player. Now, you talk about quarterback, he's going to continue to develop. He's only in his 2nd year.
Right.
We're not even at the end of his 2nd year. We're talking about he has a chance to take his team to the Super Bowl, because you still need a quarterback to do his part.
For sure. And
he's doing that.
And I'm not so sure. Now, yesterday wasn't his best game, but I'm not so sure he's still the most important member of this offense.
Who else?
No one.
Now, you know me. You know, the offensive line, that's where you start.
Yeah.
Which Sean and George did a great job of shoring that up. But after that, you have to have a quarterback. we've been looking for a quarterback for a long, long time, and we finally have one here. And when Bo Nix stepped foot on that football field his first year, we won 10 games. And he struggled at the beginning of that year. This year, we're at 13 games. Our defense, but also Bo Nix has did his part as well. And we still have one more game left. And he struggled too. Bo Nix struggled with the stats that you're bringing up. Bo Nix struggled at the beginning of this year too. And yet he's still making history.
Crazy. Here's another bullet point for you. This is so cool. So he had the passing touchdown to R.J. Harvey, all right? After that, he became just the third quarterback in NFL history to record 3,500 passing yards and 25 passing touchdowns in each of his first 2 seasons. It's only happened twice before. Once from Justin Herbert, and a guy did it in the late 90s by the name of Peyton Manning. So, it's elite territory. Now, I'm not saying that Bo Nix is an elite quarterback, because I don't think he's an elite quarterback right now.
He's not there yet.
And hopefully he can get there. And then the third just fun stat or fact relating to Bo Nix, and I think this is my favorite one of all of them. Quarterbacks who threw the most touchdown passes in their first 2 years. Justin Herbert, number 1. Dan Marino, number 2. Bo Nix, number 3. I mean, it's super straightforward. It's not this thing plus this other thing. It's what quarterbacks have thrown the most touchdown passes in the first 2 years of their career. It's Herbert, it's Marino, it's Nix. And there's still another game on the docket. We're not done with the NFL season yet. So it's
and we know what Bo Nix did the last time. His last game of the season, he threw for 4 touchdowns?
He did throw for 4 touchdowns.
He threw for 4 touchdowns? Like, come on. Let's get ready for another 4-touchdown game, Bo. Let's Bo.
So I say this all the time. Don't let perfection be the enemy of really damn good. Is Bo Nix a perfect quarterback? He is not.
I don't need him to be perfect.
But he is off to a damn good start to a career.
He is. And that's all you can ask for. Winning games. He finds ways to win games. He's clutch when you need him the most. He is getting the ball around to not just one receiver, but multiple people are touching that ball. Multiple players are satisfied right now. I mean, you got to love it, him being that starting quarterback for you.
In terms of who he's throwing the ball to, Cortland Sutton was a hot topic last night on social media. What did you make from Sutton's night?
People need to leave him alone. There are going to be games where receivers, your starting receivers, are going to drop a couple passes. But also, it's not all on Cortland. All right, there are a couple passes that Bo Nix threw to Court. It's like, what are you doing, Bo? Like, you put it too far out there where he has to stretch his arms out, and he's already 6'4", with a bunch of speed on the ball. I didn't like that throw. That was Bo Nix not setting his feet. He should have just took off and ran the ball, Zach.
On the one where it's 100 miles per hour? Or
no.
On the first one, it's off his fingertips.
Yeah, off his fingertips, and Cortland had to stretch out.
Yep.
Bo, just run the ball, pick up the first down.
I agree.
The next one, go ahead. The next one for you would be what?
Yeah, down in the tight red area where he throws it 200 miles per hour on a ball that just needs to have less pace on it.
That's how you break your fingers. That's how I guarantee you look at Cortland Sutton's fingers right now, they're all kind of dipped. They're throwing up gang signs.
Yeah.
That's how you break them.
Yep.
Like, there's no need to have that much speed on a ball that's 7 yards in front of you. Like, just throw it to him, and he probably picks up not just the first down, but a touchdown.
A touchdown. Yep. And I agree. Kirk Herbstreit on the broadcast actually talked about it. Like, hey, this is not where you throw it as hard as you can. Like a fastball, not required here. More closer to a changeup than a fastball.
Have some touch, baby.
Yeah, and then the one in the end zone, which would have been a highlight catch. A secondary defender comes in and slams that football out, and could he have caught it? Maybe.
That one's on court, Zach.
You think so?
Oh yeah, that one's for sure on court. He has come up with big time catches. And I know it's hard, and people are leaning on you, and they're punching at the ball, sometimes punching at your ribs, and you hit that hard ground, and it pops out. But usually, Cortland comes down with those tough catches, and he should have came down with that one. And he knows that one he should have had back where, like, take care of business. You're getting paid a lot of money, too.
Sure.
To go out there and catch that ball.
But I'll say this. So we can agree that it wasn't a layup, though.
No, it was definitely not a layup.
Like, that would have been a really, excellent contested catch. He didn't come up with it. Now there's one or two other instances where it's like, yeah, man, you just got to have that one. And I think Sutton would tell you that himself. His drop rate is probably a little too high this year. But yeah, I mean, there was people wanting to trade Sutton at halftime. It's like, let's take a step back. Let's take a step.
So emotional.
Have a drink of that Christmas wine. Take a step back.
Trade them. Trade them all.
I want to read this. All these stats you're trying to throw out of records are severely inflated when you have a coach that wants to throw the ball 50 times a game. You would have 40 quarterbacks with better stats than that if they all had Sean Payton wanting to throw the ball this amount of times. So I'm sorry, I'm not very impressed. I'm not telling you to be impressed or not. I'm passing along facts. They're not opinion, and I think they're relevant. And here's what I would also say: you're seeing the numbers syncing up with the wins.
They're 13-3,
and they were 10-7 in his rookie year. So like he has put up numbers for winning teams. Do they throw it sometimes too much? I agree with you. I do think they throw it sometimes too much. But when you're asked to throw it a lot and you're producing like this for a team that's winning, I would just
why you got to rain on Bo's parade? That's what I would say. Why you got to rain on his parade? He didn't ask for this. Like, he's going out there doing what the coach wants him to do, throw the ball, and he's having success.
And also, so let me just say this to maybe placate the person who disagrees. Do I think that there's room for improvement for Bo Nix? Hell yes.
He's a second-year quarterback. He is still developing. We just got done talking. He's not perfect. I'm not looking for perfect, but I'm looking for our quarterback. I'm looking for a quarterback that can win us games, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's winning us games.
And because they won the game, we give away game balls coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business in prime time and walked out of Arrowhead with a win. With just one game left in the regular season, as Sean Payton proves his team is ready for a playoff push. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right. Winter is here. Even though it doesn't feel like it, we know it's here, Denver. And Hermes Worldwide is your ride to all action. Whether you're bundling up to cheer on the Broncos at Empower Field or heading downtown to catch the Avs on the ice or the Nuggets on the court, make sure you get there on time and in style. This holiday season, let Hermes Worldwide handle your Christmas light tours, festive nights out, and that stress-free airport transfers. Leave the traffic and icy parking lots to somebody else. Hermes Worldwide has you covered with their luxury championship-level transportation. Picture this, you and your crew rolling up to the stadium in a sleek, heated vehicle, no parking hassles, no driving worries, just a professional driver ready to get you to and from the game safely. So what you need to do is give them a call today if you think that sounds like a good idea. Give them a call at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Castle Rock GMC has Hummers for the holidays. Drive electric power with attitude. With new 2026 Hummer EVs up to $18,750 off MSRP. Stock number SU120032. CastleRockGMC.com. We are professional grade. Up to $18,750 off MSRP on 2026 Hummer EVs. Stock SU120032. Hummer EV offer requires vehicle registration in Colorado. Colorado residency. An active Costco executive membership for at least 30 days. Offer subject to dealer availability, credit approval, taxes, title, and fees. See dealer for complete details.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are your bills keeping you up at night? Imagine using your home equity for a financial reset that helps you to finally get ahead again. At Cake Mortgage, we get it. Life's expensive. Insurance, groceries, and high-interest credit card debt. That's why we created the Cake Fast Cash Home Equity Program. Turn your home into your ATM without touching your existing mortgage rate. Cake Fast Cash is fast. Many clients close in 2 weeks, so call Cake today and pay down high-interest cards, free up cash, or fund home upgrades, and you only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want to look 10 years younger and lose 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds before spring? Then it's time for Soda Weight Loss. Soda Weight Loss works without drugs or crazy side effects. In fact, our disclaimer would sound like this.
Side effects of Soda Weight Loss may include looking better than you did in high school.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get round-the-clock access to your own personal nutritionist. And right now, when you join Soda Weight Loss, your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
It's the end of the year, and the holidays are finally here. It's tax break time at O'Mara GMC, and your new Sierra 2500 could qualify you for a major tax deduction.
Drive the truck you need and potentially write off a big portion of it at tax time.
Sierra 2500, just $685 a month. But don't wait. The tax deduction window is closing fast.
It's O'Mara GMC's holiday tax break. Ask for stock SF323923. Stop by O'Mara GMC on 104th or OmaraGMC.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment here on a Friday. The day after a Christmas dub. And wasn't pretty. A lot of people frustrated. But they won the game, and they're 13-3. And I think we've tried to strike a nice balance today of emphasizing the most important thing did get accomplished, while also acknowledging through the lens of the NFL playoffs or a Super Bowl that the Broncos have a long way to go, to reach those heights.
Yeah, and let's be clear, if the Denver Broncos played like they did against the Kansas City Chiefs last night, they're not winning a playoff game.
Correct.
We all know that. We agree that the Denver Broncos won't get out of the first round. My take on it is mindset. All right, knowing that this is it for you in the playoffs, you must play your best ball. Leave everything out there. No doubt. And they'll show up. They'll show up, and hopefully we'll be able to get the win.
Well, when the Broncos do win a game, we give away game balls. And you know who got a game ball last night was Alex Forsyth.
Good job. Good for him. Dying slowly when he was on special teams and doing his part as a starter. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of a bit of storytelling, that happened yesterday. It's a bit poetic, I would say, considering what happened to him a year ago in Arrowhead, where it looked like that game was going to be the first win in almost a decade in Arrowhead. And it didn't happen like that. And that was the most gutting loss. This is my 9th Broncos season. That is the single most gutting loss in my years here in Denver. And I know that Others, and obviously I'm aware of these losses, but others could tell you, the loss to Jacksonville in '96 or the Raheem Moore play in 2012, and there's a long list of them. You got to be in big games to lose big games. So I'll say that too, right? You got to be in big games to lose big games. But for Forsythe, that was an ugly moment for him.
That was a down. I guarantee it was a down time for him just as a person.
Totally.
Mentally, you're not feeling good about yourself. You're probably feeling a little depressed. You don't want to go out there. You have fans hating on you. You're probably sending hate texts or tweets your way like Zach Bye gets all the time.
I do get some hate.
I do too. So, I'm used to it. I actually laugh at a lot of them.
Me too.
Funny.
Me too. Me too. Me too.
But for him to be able to bounce back, be the starting center, do his part, I mean, it's a great story for him. It's probably relieved, like, okay, we got the win, and nothing happened bad because of me, and we can move on.
Yeah, and it's like officially like moving on from what happened a year ago, if he hadn't already, going back into Arrowhead, getting the win. Sean Payton talked about the dynamic of Wattenberg going on IR and turning his attention towards Alex Forsythe.
We're just kind of managing the roster, and he's right at that mark. And so I tell you what was pretty impressive. Alex came in today and played really well and got a game ball. It was a tough trip home last year, and it's a little life lesson, for someone like him to come back in a starting role. That was pretty cool.
I love it, and these are the these are the stories. The stories that get woven through time that makes me love sports.
Yeah.
Is because you say this often, quoting your old coach, no conflict, no story.
Yeah.
And there was conflict, all right, a year ago. And what a story it turned into a year later for Alex Forsythe.
Now, Sean did say he had a rough time getting home, so I wonder what they did to him on the plane.
Oh, did he say that?
He just said he had a rough plane ride home.
Oh. Well, you know what? I hope those guys, considering that you're going into a mini-bye, I hope those guys got after it last night.
Yeah, and I also love Alex Forsythe for doing his part.
Sure.
And congratulating him for holding it down at center, because that's a hard position, man, a position that we don't think of too much.
Here's one more from Sean Payton before we give away our game balls. Whether the team winning an Arrowhead for the first time since 2015 was any sort of motivation heading into last night.
No, because look, those are someone else's demons. I heard that all the time in New Orleans. You never won a playoff game. I said that's not this team, and so you can't fight those other demons. There's a lot of unique memories for me at this stadium. This was the first game we played after 9/11 at this stadium. They canceled the games. We had just lost to the Broncos that year on Monday Night Football, and then we were scheduled to play the Packers. They canceled the games, and then we won right here and took a picture in that locker room that became infamous. I had a tryout here once at a college. It was AstroTurf. It was like rock. Stayed at the Adams Mark. The equipment guy gave me these shorts that looked like Ed Podolak's shorts. And I was 205 pounds, and I walked by the mirror, and I just saw my skinny legs, and I thought I got no chance. The equipment guy screwed me over. I think Frank Gantz was the head coach, and Homer Smith was the offensive coordinator, and Stephon Starring and another receiver stayed 45 minutes. I got my $100 and flew back to Chicago. So a lot of different memories.
I know some people roll their eyes, but I love when Sean Payton goes down memory lane because it's a football life.
Yeah,
it's a life dedicated to the game of football, and I love it. Game ball. Who gets your game ball?
I think I'm gonna have to go with Big Quinn Miners. He's gonna get my game ball. The snap count and yelling, hike, getting Chris Jones to jump. Biggest decision in the game for Sean to say, hey, we're going to do a dummy call. We don't have a play. We're going to take the delay of game, and we're going to kick a field goal. What does that look like if you kick the field goal and you don't get Chris Jones to jump off sides? So it was good to see that, and a savvy play by Quinn Miners and a savvy play call by Coach Sean Payton.
Man, that's a really good one. That's a really good one. I will go with R.J. Harvey. Who didn't have his best game statistically, but for him to make that move in the back of the end zone to rearrange his body and then have the physical capability of catching the football in the highest leverage moment in the game. I mean, that's not easy to do. Stay in bounds, you mentioned that earlier, and not drift into the back of the end zone. So staying legal, creating separation, catching the football. He ran hard as hell, and he earned. Again, stat sheet doesn't reflect his route to those 43 yards on the ground, but 43 yards on the ground, 30 through the air. I don't know if he'll ever be a true blue bona fide starting running back, but he has really grown on me.
12 touchdowns, man.
He's
carving out that role.
That is hard to do. 12 touchdowns as a rookie. So he gets my game ball. We will leave it there for now, guys. Have a great weekend. Merry Christmas. We'll be back on Monday to do more of this. Thanks to Alex behind the glass. It's Denver Sports Tonight with Mike Rice coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time. And if you're a homeowner, you should call American Financing today. You could be saving real money every month. High interest debt is crushing budgets across the country, but homeowners who act now are using their equity to wipe it out. American Financing customers are saving an average of $800 a month, with some getting rates in the low 5s. A massive difference compared to credit cards charging 20% or more. Speak with a salary-based mortgage consultant and find out exactly what you qualify for. There are never any upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Move quickly, and you could even delay 2 mortgage payments, putting cash in your pocket immediately, giving you back some of that money you spent during the holidays. Call American Financing today. The sooner you act, the quicker you can save. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements: more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all, and I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed Sponsored Jobs helps you connect with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light and a
Hey, good to see you, AB. Glad to have you along tonight.
Always a pleasure to get to work with you and see you, Mike.
Yes, absolutely. I'm excited. Dante Gomez getting some well-deserved time off. We will welcome Dante back next week. But great to have you guys with us. RamosLaw.com text line is there and open if you want to weigh in. We'll be talking some Broncos. We'll be talking a little college football, maybe mix in some Nuggets at the end as we kind of wrap up the week and get set for the weekend. 303-713-1043, the RamosLaw.com text line. Oh, just need a minute to exhale, Alex, because, last night it was a little bit touch and go. I never thought the Broncos were going to lose, but it was close enough throughout to where I was like, I was just nervous. I really was. There was a part of me that was like, no, they're not going to lose, but are they? There were a couple moments where that thought entered my mind for sure.
I feel like my ideal evening and the way that I had it all in my head was the Broncos were going to be cruising to a win. I was going to be able to flip over to the Nuggets, watch them without needing to keep an eye on the Broncos, when in reality I had to watch that game till the end. Not what we wanted to see, but it's a win. And I told you this when you came in. I'm going to need you to really talk me through this, because a part of me is happy that we won, but I can't shake the voice out of my head that's going, oh, but they should have won better. Like, what does that really mean? They should have won better. And it just won't leave my mind. I should feel great. This is a 13-3 football team, yet I continue to go, I don't know if that's enough. Like, what is enough?
And I think you're spot on, and I totally get it, and I'm going to do my best. But I will be honest, and we talked about this during the Fan Football postgame show after the game last night. I said, normally I'm decisive. Here's my opinion. Here's why I think this way. And if you think otherwise, that's great. Let's have a debate. Let's have a discussion, whatever it is. And I said last night, I was completely on the fence between two things: the style points, the way they played, how they looked, not as impressive as I wanted, much like you just said. And yet, as you drew the distinction, Alex, this team has far exceeded my expectations. I won't speak for anybody else, but there's no way I saw 13-3 with the possibility of the number one seed still in play and the division heading into the final week of the regular season. Didn't see that at all. And I think I've been thinking about this today, And I think for me, it stems from the thought of, can they play like this in the postseason and be the team that I want them to be, which is a Super Bowl champion? And when I really get down to brass tacks, Alex, and I'm not speaking for you, I'm just saying that I've had many of the same thoughts over the last 24 hours or a little less since the game ended. I'm not sure they can. I don't think they can play like that and win a Super Bowl. However, there's always a however in life. I don't think they're going to play like that in the playoffs. I think they're going to play better than that in the playoffs. And the fact of the matter is, we're going to find out coming up next weekend when they play the Chargers, because with the Patriots' schedule, at the very least, if the division is clinched, if the Texans beat the Chargers, the Broncos are still playing for the number 1 seed, and they want that win over the Chargers. So in a sense, it's not a playoff game in terms of do or die, but it's a notch lower in terms of stakes.
I'd like to, and I've said this a couple times and I'll say it again, if the Broncos get the number 1 seed, I fully believe that this Broncos team is going to win a Super Bowl. Period, end of story. If they get the number 1 seed, this team has what it takes to win it. We haven't seen the beautiful marriage of the defense playing great and the offense playing great. For whatever reason, they seem to flip-flop on a week-to-week basis. I don't know if I've seen a complete game from the Broncos, save maybe the Dallas game, because I'd like to say that they played complete against the Packers, but the defense gave up, 27 points or 30 points in that game, far more than they had been giving up. And so you're just waiting for one of those games where it all just comes together, and I'd like to think that that's going to be in the playoffs when it matters the most, or maybe it will be next week when you play for the number 1 seed in the AFC.
I think some of the questioning, which I completely identify with, that you're talking about, comes from the fact that there isn't a team in the AFC, in my opinion, that is the clear-cut favorite. I don't believe there is. And we can run down the teams quickly in the playoff picture right now. The Patriots, very good team, and if they're the number 1 seed, I would give them an edge, clearly. I mean, and a good young quarterback, a defense that's solid. The Jaguars, well, they're certainly hot at the right time. Number 1, can they continue it? Number 2, can they do it in the postseason? Those types of questions. They absolutely can. Will they at all revert to a team that we saw earlier in the year, a Jacksonville team that was at one point 5-4? The Pittsburgh Steelers, 9-6. I'm just not a believer to begin with. The Chargers, I think, are very good, and they're thinking they have a realistic shot to win the division because they're feeling confident about going into a tough game against the Texans, and I guarantee you the Chargers are feeling like, not that coming to Denver would be an easy win, but that's a game that they completely feel is winnable. There's zero doubt in my mind about that. So the Chargers are a very good team. The Bills have been playing better of late, and they have Josh Allen. And while I don't think their defense has been what it has been in recent years, it's still a team that you have to respect and be wary of, especially when they can put up 40 in any given game, even a playoff game. And then the Texans are also hot. I mean, they've won 7 in a row. The Jaguars have won 6 in a row. The Texans are feeling like, look, I mean, we're staying in this thing because we believe we're going to catch the Jaguars still. We want to keep the pressure on them. So if any of those 7 teams don't play particularly well in a playoff game, there's a good chance they're going to lose. And I put the Broncos in that group. I really do.
No, and that's exactly why I continue to say that you don't want to ever put a window on anything, especially not in football. But man, if there's ever been an opportunity for a team to go out and seize the moment, this is it. Like you said, we're in a weird world of parity in the NFL where you're not looking at, the Kansas City Chiefs just being the world beaters that they normally are. The Ravens weren't what we all expected them to be. The Bills are good, but they're very beatable. The Broncos are in a position where they need to capitalize.
Derek in Castle Rock on the RamosLaw.com text line. How is it a bottom 4 team like the Titans put an offensive hurting on the Chiefs, and last night the Broncos could barely score 16 in the first 3 quarters and got a final TD to make it look better? than what the game was last night. They play like that against the Bills, Pats, or Jaguars, this team loses. Well, that's what we were just talking about. I would agree with that last point. There's a very good chance, especially with what we've seen out of this Broncos defense over the last month, since the bye week in particular, Alex, that if the Broncos don't tighten it up from what they showed last night on both sides of the ball, yeah, I think Derek, you could really be onto something. I also believe that when a team is playing its backup quarterback, as the Chiefs were against the Titans, and they were out of things, and they were on the road, and then they lose Minshew, and all of a sudden Oladokin, thank you, is thrust into it. I think that's a tough go. And I also believe that when you have the Chiefs playing the Broncos, the mindset is different for the Chiefs, even when they're eliminated and they're at home, potentially in Travis Kelce's final home game of his career. All of those kind of emotions and the opportunity to play spoiler, all of those emotions, and going into the game knowing that they're going to play their third-string quarterback and not be thrust into a jarring situation by losing their number 2 during the game. I get your point, Derek. I really do. But I think comparing situations is difficult, and I don't think it's apples to apples.
You can't look at someone else's front and or backyard and go, well, look how nice theirs is. Why isn't ours as nice? The difference being that everything has circumstances, and also to mention, this was a short week for the Broncos. The Broncos played on Sunday, and they have to go back in on Thursday in a night slot on Christmas to play a team that a lot of people, put them as 2 touchdown underdogs. All of those factors are going to weigh in on the way that a game is going to go. They came out with a win, and I think that's what we should be looking at. I also think, yes, the defense had its moments, but I still think overall you only gave up 10 points. Or 13 points,
13.
Right? 13. You only gave up 13. It's not like they gave up 30 points. They kind of held about where I think they should have held. It's hard to hold a team to 0 points. So I think the defense did a good job. There was a lot of factors that weighed into this game.
Well, and one of the field goals the Chiefs got was after the interception in Broncos territory. So the defense was on a short field to begin with. Let's focus in for a moment, Alex, on what we saw last night, because I do think there were some good things. And if you look at the final numbers, I mean, the Broncos thoroughly had control of this game. The only thing that prevented it from being a blowout on the scoreboard was the fact the Broncos had to settle for 2 field goals on their first 2 drives. You add 8 points to it, we're talking about a 15-point win, and we're not, some of us are not as upset or frustrated, or I heard the word disgusted a couple of times on post-game last night. I was a little bit frustrated, I must say, watching the Broncos. On the one hand, I loved the long drives because ball control, I think, and the ability to sustain a drive speaks to execution on a consistent basis, and I think that could very much bode well in the playoffs if the Broncos are called upon to do that, to salt a game away or to come back or to steal a score at the end of the second quarter and then get the ball to start the third and kind of double up. But I will say I was frustrated by the lack of downfield plays. I think the Chiefs' defense, though, and that soft zone that Sean talked about that Spagnuolo was using, I think that played into it more than anything else.
No, I think Spagnuolo came in with a really good game plan. You'd love to see the Broncos counter it as the game went on. Regardless, I think, and the drive put it really well, is Bo did exactly what he needed to do to keep things moving. What have we complained about in Broncos country for multiple years now? 3 and outs, short drives, not being able to maintain your offense. Yes, you'd love for them to finish and close it out with a touchdown. You still put 3 points on the board, and you ate up so much clock. In the playoffs, time of possession is invaluable. Why did the Broncos just get smacked against the Bills? They couldn't get them off the field. If you are the team that someone else can't get off the field, that is going to flip the script. So I think that's very encouraging that you saw the Broncos be able to move the chains consistently. They had, even when it seemed like they were out of system, they found ways to get first downs. That is very encouraging. And also, I know the guys gave out game balls. I really think Jaleel McLaughlin, in limited carries, showed a couple things that make you kind of go, I don't know, man. I think we might want to feature this guy a little more moving forward, at least give him a few more touches in Week 17.
I wouldn't mind that either. And I thought, you look at Bo and Jaleel, the game before against the Jaguars, those two combined for 12 carries. Not enough, in my opinion. They combined this week for 21 carries, 83 yards. So right about 4 yards a pop between the two of them. That's what the Broncos were as a team. Bo had 9 rushes for 42 yards. And in talking about the Broncos running game right now without J.K. Dobbins, I think Bo Nix has to be a factor in the running game. I think to expect it to all come from Harvey and McLaughlin, even if you throw Bidet in that mix or a carry here and there by Prentice, I don't think that's enough. I think the way Bo from that position under center can keep a defense off balance. I love the way he runs and the way he keeps plays alive. But here's the other thing I love when Bo runs. He just has a knack of knowing when to give a shoulder to a guy, like at the end zone, right at the goal line at the end of his touchdown run. But for the most part, he keeps himself out of harm's way. When he's not afraid to put his head down and go for it if he needs that extra yard or 3, but he also is pretty judicious and is able to pull up out of bounds, to slide down, those kind of things. I think he uses his smarts when he runs as much as his legs, and I like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a list of quarterbacks that kind of just go head first into situations like that. Of course, you point to like a Tua Tagovailoa, who any opportunity he got, it seemed like he wanted those extra 2 yards, even if it meant going, head first into somebody else. And you have multiple concussions, and now he's not going to be their starting quarterback anymore. With Bo Nix knows I need 4 yards, and I'm going to get out of harm's way. That's smarts. That's understanding the game. And like you said, him running completely changes what our other running backs are able to do. It frees up the pressure on Harvey. It frees up the pressure on Jaleel. Bo needs to use his feet more, and I think that's something that him and Sean are starting to understand as we move forward.
Always love hearing from Nate on the RamosLaw.com text line. I'm surprised by the text reactions. 13-3 is self-evident. We are 1 win from getting home field. This whole comparing wins and losses by common opponents is a silly way to assess a team's talent. Here's what I've had to remind myself of, and I did last night. And once I remind myself of this, Alex, I feel better about where the Broncos are, because I think Nate is absolutely right. They're 13-3. This has been a whale of a ride. And even though my expectations have grown with the 1-loss record, it's not enough just to make the playoffs now. No, I want the Broncos to win a game or 2, go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl. All of those thoughts start to become possible and realistically possible as the Broncos have, we're going through their winning streak, and now they get a victory over Kansas City. But I've had to remind myself and lean into that it's just not going to be, most likely, a situation where the Broncos win by 10, 14, 17, or 24 points. It's just not. It's most likely going to be a close game, most likely come down to the wire, and there's probably going to be situations in many of these games where the Broncos have to erase a deficit of some sort. That's just been the way the season goes. That's who the Broncos are. So why would I expect them, even against a battered and beaten down Kansas City team, why would I expect it to be any different? That's not what we've seen at all this year.
We're 16 weeks into the season. A team isn't just all of a sudden going to go, oh, by the way, now we're going to score 4 or 5 touchdowns every game. That's not going to happen. We know who these Broncos are. And more importantly, Mike, I think they know who they are. And that matters a lot. Teams need an identity when they go into the playoffs. When things get tight, who are we? And the Broncos know who they are. They're a team that can come back from just about anything, is what we've learned. That Giants game is a prime example of that. And I think when you get into these tight situations, they're not going to panic. They know how to maneuver a game in a way that, hey, now we have an opportunity to march down the field, kick a field goal, and win this thing. And when you're in the playoffs, you're not going to go, oh yeah, they won by 3, but I'm not really feeling it. You won a playoff game. You're moving on. That's what matters. If they win a Super Bowl by a point, I'm not going to go, oh man, how could they only win the Super Bowl by a point?
Right. And remember, at least the way I look at it is there's not a prohibitive favorite in the AFC. I don't know that there's a prohibitive favorite in the NFC. I think the Rams on most games are head and shoulders, or not head and shoulders, are better than a lot of teams. Seattle would have an argument with that. I mean, with what they did to come back against the Rams here just a couple of weeks ago. So I think Austin in Denver has a great take on the defense. The only TD the Broncos gave up was on a short field after an interception that wasn't Bo's fault. Without that ball bouncing the right way off a deflection, this D gives up 6 points. The Broncos would have had a touchdown, but 14, Sutton dropped the pass. Good play call, good throw. Sometimes it's not the offense. It's one guy, a good player, having a bad moment. And I think that's true. And this is the quality that I've been talking about now, and not just me, but a lot of us have. Almost everybody in Broncos country is, if you were to pick one quality for your football team to have consistently throughout a season, what would top simply finding a way to win a game that day? I can't think of one. And Sean alluded to it when he said it's not always pretty. It's not always a work of art, paraphrasing a little bit. We've been talking about it. On the one hand, I say it, and then on the other hand, despite 4 scoring drives of almost 7 minutes or more each, and 14 plays each or more, or whatever the crazy numbers were, I'm still not satisfied. And then I catch myself and go, come on, Mike. I mean, honestly, this team is 13-3 and 1 win away from having home field throughout the AFC playoffs as long as they stay alive.
That's how I spent the majority of my day, Mike, is going, why am I being so critical? This team is 13-3. They went into a game where they were heavily favored to win, but it's still in really rough conditions in the sense that you're on a short week. You didn't really get to practice. Like, there's so many things that went into it, and they won. And I can't, it's hard for me to sit here and not try to catch myself consistently and go, this is a 13-win football team, man. They have a chance to be a 14-win football team. What more do I need to be happy?
Well, and Nate texts us back on the RamosLaw.com text line, and here's the flip side of that. And this is sort of the back and forth that Broncos country is having right now between a performance that many of us wanted to be better versus the reality of the fact that they're 13-3 and they're a win away from the best possible result in your conference heading into the postseason. And Nate said, or Derek chimes back in, says, I get what Nate is saying about 13-3, but this team could easily be 6-7 right now. The coin isn't just heads or tails, it's the side of the coin that's been landing on the side of some luck that has helped them in about 4 to 5 games this year that could have gone the other way. But here's the deal, Derek. Here's the deal. Well, we could go ifs and buts and candies and nuts all night long and all year long. Was it Shannon Sharp? You are what your record says you are? Bill Parcells? This is a team that finds a way to win games, whether it's by 1 point or every now and then by 8 or not even 2 possessions. I mean, that counts. Just like it would count if 4 games didn't go their way and the Broncos were sitting at 9-7 right now, we would also be saying that, yeah, they're 9-7, and I expected more. But a break or two with a young quarter, we'd be finding all the silver linings. When you win a game, you win that game. And if the Broncos find a way, Alex, to win in the playoffs this way, nobody is going to be saying, yeah, well, they won the Super Bowl, but man, I mean, they shouldn't have because all the games were close. That's the way they're going to be. That's the way I figure they're going to be.
Hey, look, you can be that way if you'd like if they win a Super Bowl. I'm going to be happy because they won a Super Bowl. I don't care how it comes about. Look, you can try to pick apart the way that the Broncos have played. There is a couple of games that I look at and I shiver a little bit. The Jets game, the Raiders game, those games I look at and go, oh man, what happened here? Like, is this team for real? They're 13-3 now. I think I can look at them and go, this team can win a Super Bowl.
Maybe the reason that it's harder for some people to believe what you just did and said, Alex, is because of a certain reason. That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports